Well, hello there. This is stream number 367. I'm going to see if I have the channel options, also known as quality options, also known as transcoding options that we do. So I'm just going to proceed. Hey there, Nui and Resubaka. How are you doing today? I am tired today. Let me make sure that my bot is running. Get the today command, let me update it. Bot is running, that's a good sign. New file. I guess this doesn't change except for the link. Let me get the link. Right there. Edit com today. All right. Starting up the stream. You're running. Hey, Nuibot. C17R, greetings program. Greetings, sir. All right. So, the plan today, I want to have a way to set a credential from the admin panel in a safe way that doesn't actually leak anything. And I need that for the next step for the OIDC code flow, authorization code flow, I should say. Authorization code flow. Because the server needs to have the app secret, which it doesn't have right now. And that's going to be used in the part of the code authorization code flow where the server gets the token in exchange for the code. So, yeah, we're going to get the refresh token along with the OAuth token, and then I need to distribute the tokens to other servers. What else? The refresh token, so actually refresh the token before it expires. We should probably also validate the token on startup, right? Validate OAuth token on startup. If I get through all of that, these PubSub and webhook stuff I want to have access to, so I'm going to work on that. So let's get the show on the road with this setting credential admin panel. Yeah, I'm tired today. I debated whether or not I should stream today. I don't know why I'm tired, other than I didn't really relax yesterday. I spent the whole day working on the Minesweeper clone. Okay, so this would be, right, adding a generic set credential admin panel to the game. You also woke up tired today? For me, I'm pretty sure it's because I've been working like nonstop for days, even over the weekend. I really haven't. Well, that's not true. Maybe I don't have an excuse, other than that it's the morning right now. I'm not a morning person. I'm an evening person. I stay up till midnight and I feel like I'm not that tired. But I need to go to bed, because if I don't, I'll be really bad in the morning. Just lay there in bed thinking, you know, I'm not tired. It's just my curse. Okay, so that's what we're going to work on. Let me get the game up and running. Hey there, buddy. So, localhost 3000. Which panel should I add it to? What if I add it to the settings? What if I add it right here? That would be nice. So this is the settings panel, right? Yes, it is. I think it is. Settings panels, is it that crowded? Ah, there's admin settings. I've already refactored this. How nice of me. Thank you, Past Raimu, for refactoring this down to 103 lines. So there's a configuration bar, and then there are all sorts of divs for these checkboxes. So here's the exact place I want to put it in, isn't it? I want to make a new bar. Class name equals... I want this to be a small section, right? So do I even need a div here? Maybe I just start with an H3. Set credential. and say set credential. I don't even know if I need a div here. Maybe I can just have the input box, make a form here. In my mind, I'm imagining what kind of form would I want. Probably like credential name, and then below that, the credential value, and then to the right of that, a set button. So this doesn't need to be a div, it could just be a form. Okay, and then where have I done forms before? I need a reference. A small form. How about, not here. How about this add form? That was a add server form. Yeah. Okay. Right. The submit goes in the form element. Okay. And then I did it with a table. Do I want a table? I guess I can have a table just to align things, right? Yeah, I can do this. I can do a table. Table. And then I don't need a head. I just need to go straight to the body, right? And then one row would be a name and an input. Type equals text. Value equals credential name. On change equals set credential name. And I should have a size for this, right? Size equals credential input size. That I will make a nice little constant up here. Const, that is, I don't know, 20. And while I'm at it, let's have the credential. Actually, let's make the name and the value the same size. So that's fine. And let's make that 40, actually. Okay. And then another row. But this one will have 3 columns in it. This is value. This is going to be type password so that I don't actually leak anything. And this will be credential value. And then I want a third column, which is the button. So button, it's going to be a submit button, right? So it should say set type. I don't need this thing, by the way. Type equals submit. Is that all I need for a submit button in a form? Yep. All right, how does that look? Oh, I need these. They could just be in a React state. So use state hook. And then define them up here, const. Credential name, set credential name. Is use state empty string, and the same thing for the value. And then I need a submit, right? Let's put it here. Const on submit equals, how do I do it here? There's an event. Oh, right, we need the prevent default. Yeah, let me just grab this. All right, and then to do send credential to the server. Really, I just want to make the form functional, the view part of it functional today. So after sending, I would want to clear it, right? So I want to do set credential name empty string, set credential value empty string. Let's see how that looks. On submit is defined now. Oh, there we go. That doesn't look too bad. This, the alignment of that is kind of off. I think if I make that button small, it will line up. So class name equals compact. Close enough. And then, oh, that didn't work. It's object. Oh, right. You have to go through one of these helpers to get that to work right. Because you want to take the event and extract the target's value and then pass it to some setter. Yeah, so that's like this. There we go. That's cool. Enter ABC 1 2 3. Enter does it. Cool. All right. I guess the last step would be to have it send it to the server. So I believe I have that as an event, right? An action. In this program, the action is an index. I should probably fix this. It doesn't need to be in an index in its own directory. I could just name it actions.js, actually. I'll do that in a minute. Set credential. Do I not have it in an action? Oh, I have it as a goal OAuth set token. Let's make another action actually then. Call it set credential. Set credential. All right, and then let's have that go to admin middleware. Which one? Camera, cluster, configuration, connection. I don't know. Maybe configuration. Yeah, let's put it here. So, yeah, because it goes next to the set policy version. That's a nice sibling to have. On set credential. Okay, and then I'm going to basically take the body here. Oh, I forgot I have a section and a key, not just a name. Okay, so a little bit more work in the view. So this will be action section, key, value. And then I need a dispatch as well. Okay, so then I name them just right so they match the message. I can just do that. Okay, and then set credentials what we can dispatch from the Golem. So the Golem doesn't actually need to know the details of how to send the message. It could just send the credential to that. Like that. Okay, and then I need to go back and add instead of name, it's key and section and key. So back here, right? So that's instead of name, it's section and key. Okay, and then that means I want to have a third row, right? So this is section. And then another row for key. Key. Credential, key. Okay, and then the submit section and key. Okay, and then this is down to on set credential. Am I making an object or just do I make it 3 arguments? I think I'm okay with 3 arguments. Credential section, credential key. How come it's not in the list? And credential value. And then that is a prop, which maps to Redux. Section, key, value, dispatch, actions, set, credential, section, key, value. All right. How does it look like now? Not bad. So to test it, I am going to have an off-screen window here looking at the server's credentials file so that I don't actually leak anything. So let's see, projects, and then I want to go to the stage, and I want to like be typing the new credentials file. Okay, so there's an OAuth token that it has. I forget if I kept that token or not. Anyway, we're going to be adding one. Let's add a new section, foo, bar, and then this value should be obscured, right? So, now let's see what I got on the server end. Oh, that actually worked. Cool. All right. And all servers should have gotten it. Yep. Yep, all three have it. That's nice. Okay, cool. That worked. So let me check that in. Oh, it's a warning there. I should fix that warning while I'm at it? No, that's a separate thing. I'll fix the warning in a moment. So how's everybody doing today? How was your Wednesday? You haven't seen me since then, and I thought Nui, you said you wouldn't be here Thursday. So I guess you're here, so that's nice. Set credential is a new thing. All right, this is pretty straightforward, right? Add panel for setting a server credential. Commit. Yeah, there's no feedback from the server, which I think is okay, because it's very straightforward. But do I want to make sure that it's okay? How hard would that be? Just send a response back to the client? Sure. Yeah, maybe I'll add that just to be to have some confidence. So add a server to client a response upon setting a credential. Yeah, we'll do that. Chat is very quiet today. You guys all asleep? Are you working on stuff? Do you have me in the background? That's all fine. Hey there, Aiden Garth. Maybe an alert when a credential is sent to give the admin feedback. That's what I'm thinking about doing. That's what I mean by this. Exactly. Cleaning up old files, good for you. It's good to clean up old files every once in a while, not let them accumulate. Okay, did I committed that, right? So let me just randomly, since I see this, let me fix that. That's in the players panel. These things kind of creep in when I'm not expecting it. Yeah, so I haven't touched this in forever. How come this is a warning now? I don't know why this is a warning now. Hold on. Can I look at this file's change history? Yeah, this. Oh, there was a console log there. Okay, that's why it's a warning now, because we're no longer doing the console log. Oops, I lost where I was. There we are. Remove that line. Cool. So, fix JS compiler warning. Or transpiler warning. I don't know what to... Compiler, transpiler, whatever. Whatevs. There was something else I wanted to change while I was at it, right? What was it? Oh, it was moving the actions to just actions.js instead of index inside of a directory called actions. Yeah, I just wanted to rename this to actions.js. Update imports? Sure. See if that actually works. And then I'm going to move it to source. Yes. And then, yes, please update the includes. I have no idea if the automatic update of includes is actually going to work. We'll see. So I want to remove the old actions folder, right? Delete. Let's see if it actually did everything automatically. Nope. So there'll be like actions index listed in places, right? Or actions in parentheses, yeah. So I think all of these change, right? I think it's safe to say all of those change. They change to actions.js. Wait a minute, hold on. Why wouldn't it import correctly now? Those must be okay, right? Because if it's a file, it'll add the JS for you. So it must be something else, like actions.index somewhere. No? Wait a minute. I think this happens if you move something when node is already running. So let me try just quitting npm or node and starting it again. Don't know what that is. Can I use light? That must be something create React app setup. Building. Yeah, okay. So it was just a node thing. Reload. And we're good. All right. That was easy enough. So what were the changes? So just moving the file alone, that's all I needed to do. Oh, okay. So move Redux actions file. Sure. Self-explanatory, right? Let's push that. Okay, now I'm changing what I'm doing a little bit, right? So this is done. Now I want to add a client acknowledgement. That's too big. How about a client ACK for when the server sets a credential? All right. Actually, why are all these files marked in need of saving? That was weird. They didn't actually change. They just needed... Oh, probably because the search for place touched that line and actually had no effect, but it thought it might have. I bet that's what it was. All right, so close everything. Server side, switching to C++, switching brain from JavaScript to C++. All right. This happens in the coordinator. It's credentials in this file. Right, so I'm going to augment some of these tests, right? Establish new credentials. So there's a set credential. Here we go. This is when it's set internally. I needed to do set from admin. Yes, admin set credential. So in addition to being set, we want some feedback. So we should have admin wait for messages. And then expect, well, I want to have it search the messages the admin is given, see if it's there. So stealing from somewhere else. Where to steal it from? How about here? Nope, not a good place. How about handoff? I'm sure I've done it here. There we go. Oh no, that's for the journal. Here we go. This is better. There. So steal some block of code. So it's not going to be peer, it's going to be admin. So, and this we'll just change to, what do we want the response to be? Credential set? Credential set found. And then this will be just credential set. So if we get a message, the type credential set, then expect that we only receive one of them. And then there's not going to be any data in the acknowledgement, right? This is just some feedback. How long am I planning to stream? At least 4 hours. But maybe more, depending on a lot of things. Okay, so that's the test, right? These days I've been streaming more because I don't have to drive kids around to and from school. But I don't know, I'm feeling a little bit tired today. We'll see. It could just be tired in the morning thing. Oh, look, it's nicely colored now. I like that. It wasn't colored before, it was all just white. I like these improvements. Okay, so we want the response to be sent. I think it's not that big a deal. We just need to send a message when we've actually set it. So that's coordinator. Where did I choose to put this? I put it in messaging. Set credential. No, not messaging. Oh, I guess I'll just search for it. Set credential in all the files. It's here somewhere. Config. We put it in config. I guess that makes sense. All right, so yeah, it's just very simple. So if I want to send a message back, I do want the WebSocket, right? And then I just do WS arrow. What happened to the bracket there? WS arrow send text JSON object of some kind to encoding type credential set. I think that's all I need. So it just sends a message back saying that it was set. Most of the work is going to be in the front end because we're setting it all the servers in the cluster. We want to like make sure we receive back a response from all the servers. Yeah. Let's pass this test and do the front end work again. Nice. So let me build the release build while I work on the front end. So that was admin settings, right? Yes. So how does that look again? What if I reserve this, use some space up here to put like server acknowledged set or something, some kind of indicator there that shows up for a little bit of time and then vanishes. So using some kind of timer, I guess, I would clear it. And then it would be set. So I guess I could do it in an effect hook. Yeah, so we'll have a prop to indicate that it's set. We can play around with this right now. Just have it pop up when I press that set button, and I'll have it just not actually set the credential right now. We'll just mock this for a while. So, yeah, we'll have it just dispatch. Actually, I don't need to do it there. I can do it here in the mapping, right? Instead of dispatching that, we can dispatch actions reflect credential set, and I just need to make that an action. You could use window.alert. That's sort of an ugly way, in my opinion. I'd rather just have it show up in the DOM and then disappear after a while. But yeah, you're right. I could do a window alert. You are correct. I also have the toast stuff. How come it's not showing up? Toast. This should pop up. Did I get rid of the toast stuff? No, I left it. I kept it around, right? Where did I put it? Just look for toast. Yeah, notifications. I use React Toastify for some few things. For when you change your password, for example, it pops up a toast message. A gentleman does not use window.alert, even in jest. Hey there, live coding. Yeah, if I were to do like a pop-up, I prefer one of these toast things. I think it looks a little bit nicer than a generic window alert, but it's just refinement on the same idea. May use the lordly debugger. This is true. With care, a gentleman may use the lordly debugger. With gloves, of course. A distinguished gentleman also wears a hat. My accents are terrible. Okay, back to work. Reflect credential set I need in actions. I have a lot of reflections here. Up here. There. That. Where to put that in? That should go in a reducer somewhere. Admin. Actually, there's a configuration reducer. What if I just use that? Nah, I'd rather not use that. Camera cluster? Maybe? Cluster reducer? No. Sure, we'll put it here. In fact, yeah, it kind of makes sense because we'll want the number of acknowledgements to be counted against the number of servers that we have. Right? I still need to go back and fix this. The fact that raft is an object with number keys. Anyway, we'll add it here. Credential set acknowledgements. Just make it a simple number, and we'll test it against the number of servers configured. Actually, we probably should test against the number of servers that are online and connected. That would make more sense. How do we know that they're connected? Cluster status. I forget how. How do we know that? Oh, we assume they're online, unless they're not. Yeah, where's this servers connected come from? Admin login. Oh. Okay. Well, we can just let the React component see if they match. How about we do that? Yeah, so this will just count them then. Yeah, okay. So I think I know what I want to do. This will just increment it whenever we see the message. So yeah, right here. Hey there, 715-209. How are you doing today? Reflect credential set. Return ... state, and then not that. Credentials set. It's credential set, right? Credential set. Credential set acknowledgements is state credential set acknowledgements +1. And then this is what we should set back. Hey there. I said hello to you already, Nui. Oh, you're saying you woke up, feel tired. Yeah, me too. And Nui. All three of us. We're in the Feel Tired Club. Yay! Server messages. Credential set, right? Credential set on credential set. Actually, that should go there, right? Whoops. Messing up this file. This is one of those oddball ones that's not capitalized because it's old. Predates my decision to change the convention. Actually, we need to know which server it came from. Or no, we don't really need to know what server it came from, do we? I just need to dispatch the reflection. Reflect credential set. This one. Alex writes code. How are you doing today? Look at those nifty glasses that you put on me. I like it. Okay, so every time we receive the credential set message, we're going to reflect back that we got one, and that will increment this number. So if I wanted to test it without the server-side stuff done, then in here, we would call it 3 times. And then we need to count them up here. So credential set acknowledgements we get from Redux again. State admin cluster. All right. My idea was that if this equals the number of servers we have connected, then we show the message and then we clear it after a few seconds using a timeout. So I also want to get the number of connected servers. Cluster status knew that one. Yeah, servers connected. I want to grab that one too. Servers connected. And then how is that actually used? Is that array or is it just a number? Okay, so it's an array, so we can get the length of it. Okay, so then we would just have a variable. So const all servers acknowledged credential set. Enormously long variable, but that will be a boolean which is set if credential set acknowledgements is greater than or equal to servers connected length. Can I quickly describe Redux? Let's see how quickly I can describe Redux. So, what is Redux? It's a predictable state container for JavaScript apps. Thank you, bot. But going back to the root of my application, Redux allows you to do 2 basic things embodied by create, store, and apply middleware. So create store lets you define reducers, which are pure functions, which have manage bits of state. So usually JavaScript objects, and will change the state, basically generate a new state based off of the previous state plus an action. You get to define what your actions are. So your actions could be anything you want. I just have a list of them, right? Every action is identified by a string, and then you can attach parameters to actions as well. So given an action with its parameters in a previous state, all the reducers will generate the next state from that. So that's one part of Redux. The other part of Redux is the enhancers, also called middleware. And that lets you add side effects in addition to changes in state that the reducers do. The enhancers can also intercept the same actions that the reducers do, but instead of taking an old state and generating a next state, the the enhancers can do whatever the heck you want. So I use middleware for updating the phaser graphics sometimes, or just interpreting an action and breaking it out into sub-actions to distribute to various other parts of the app. So the way that you hook it up with React is generally using this provider, which comes from React Redux, which is sort of like a glue layer. And it lets you embed the store you got from Create Store into the DOM tree. Well, not the DOM tree, into the React React component tree or composition, so that you can pull it back out in decorators for all of your React components. So, for example, the admin settings here. This is a pure React component. It's a function. So its props from React would come from wherever it's instantiated, right? So if I find where admin settings is instantiated, it's here. And you can see there's no props here. Well, wait a second. I had a whole bunch of props. So if I had props from React, they would go here, like foo equals bar would be a prop named foo, which has a value, which is the string bar, right? With the React Redux glue layer, you can add additional props that come from Redux. And the way you do that is you decorate your React component using this connect thing, which comes from React Redux. What it does is it just adds extra props to your React component. That's all it does. The props can come from two places, embodied by these two maps. One is props that come from Redux reducers or state variables. And here, state is what we're calling, I lost it, index.js, the store. So the little bit of naming consistency, sometimes it's called store, sometimes it's called state. I guess one way you can think of it is the store holds the state as well as the reducers and enhancers, and the state is a subset of the store, and the state is also ephemeral. It will change. It'll be a different state object every time we Redux reduces an action, right? So, or it could be a different state. If your reducer just returns the previous state, then the state doesn't actually change. But if the state changes, it's going to be a whole new object. And if you want props to come from the state variables that reducer set, that's this map. But the other kind of prop you can set are props that are actually function objects, and have those function objects you can actually do whatever you want, but generally this is used for calling dispatch, which is a function in Redux to actually send a new action, to create and send a new action. You actually create the action in your arrow function here, and then dispatch takes the action you created and shoves it through Redux, so it goes to every single reducer and every single middleware that you have. And the way I have set my middleware up, it will go through the reducers first and then the middleware. And I did that with a little trick in my middleware. I'm kind of going off on a tangent right now. I think I'm done explaining Redux, but a little tangent would be in these different middlewares. They chain together, so every time your middleware is created by calling this function you export, you're returning another function, and then that's sort of like a link in a chain, and the chain is connected by calling that function and giving it a reference to the next link in the chain. So if you construct it this way, where the first thing you do in an action is forward it to the next thing in the chain, then it'll go all the way down and hit the reducers first, and then on the way back up, you can handle it. I found that this to be the most convenient way to do it. You still don't get it? What part don't you get? Because I can maybe explain if there's something that doesn't make sense. Maybe what an action is or how it's dispatched. We can look at a reducer. A very simple reducer. How about the configuration reducer? So the reducer is just a plain function that takes a state and an action and returns the next state. So if you want a reducer that that doesn't do anything, you would always just return state, and that means your state never changes, right? But if you want the state to change on certain actions, you would instead of returning state, you might return a shallow copy of state with one member different, and that's what this is doing. So if the reflect client configuration action is dispatched, when it hits this reducer is going to return a next state where it's the previous state, but with the client object changed. So this is what it initially is, and it'll change to whatever the configuration in parameter of the action was. So yeah, when you have action dot something, these somethings are the arguments that were constructed in as part of the action. So if I trace this down for you, when we dispatched the action, we built the arguments of the action here, and configuration was the argument. So this JSON value ends up being the value for this configuration parameter of the action, and it'll show up here. Now, whatever that JSON was shows up here and gets put into the client part of the state for this reducer. So the reducers, you can have many of them because you can use the composite object pattern, composition pattern. I forget what the name of it is formally, but there is a function in Redux that will take basically a table of reducers. So it's an object, JSON, a JavaScript object, and make a super reducer out of that, which when it's called, it just forwards the action to every single one of its members. And then what those reducers return are then pulled together into a composite object. So in my maps back in the settings here, you saw how it's state dot something dot something dot something. Each of these levels is a either a reducer or a composite reducer. So admin, for example, is, well, the state is this thing, and admin is one of its members, right? Admin. So then if I go to the admin reducer, it's another level of combinations. So cluster is cluster there. And if you go into the cluster reducer, this is a leaf node. So this admin cluster credential set acknowledgements, that credential set acknowledgements is going to be one of the state variables, right? Hopefully that makes sense. Again, something that you didn't get, please ask a question. Let's go back to the last change I made. Oh, I made a change there. What was I doing? What does my task say? Add client act. All right, we're counting client acts. So in admin settings, did you have any problem with asynchronous programming when I started? Yeah, I did. Especially with Redux in the order in which the reducers and middleware were handling things, which is why in all of my middleware now, I always forward to the next thing in the chain, and I always... This causes the reducers to actually handle the action first, and then on the way back up the call chain, the middlewares all have a chance. That helped out a lot in because it's sort of an asynchronous paradigm here, because you don't know the order in which your middlewares are going to be handed the action. You also don't know the order in which your reducers are going to handle the action. So you just don't make your code depend on the order in which things are handled, except for this, where we basically say we want the next thing, we want to handle it last, and that pretty much guarantees the reducers handle the action first, then middleware. The other problem I had with asynchronous programming was in the WebSocket stuff. So in the game connection, there are some async things in here. So so you can make some of your middleware asynchronous, because your middleware can basically do whatever it wants. So a couple of my handlers here, or basically functions that the middleware is going to call, are asynchronous. So this onReflectInitialLoad is asynchronous, right? So it's put into the table here, and so it's called here. But it's asynchronous, meaning that it can call await. So yeah, certain things like doing API requests or and awaiting the responses are asynchronous. So I had to get familiar with the concept of using await And in order to use await, the function that's calling it has to be marked asynchronous. And fortunately, all JavaScript supports just calling this function directly, even if you mark it as async. I think the way it works is it does an internal await. So when we call on reflect initial load, it actually does an await on reflect initial load for us internally. So it will block. It's just that while we're in these awaits, it'll be kind of like, okay, I gotta wait for this to finish before I can keep going. And then the WebSocket itself, this is also asynchronous programming, only instead of promises, await, and async, it's with listeners. This is true in Android too. A lot of places in Android have this concept where you attach callback functions called listeners or subscribers or whatever. The concept is that this function is going to get called sometime later when this event happens. Same thing for like click handlers and other things in the DOM. So you just have to realize that this function could be called at any point later. So you have to be really careful about what variables are put into the capture, and if those variables still point to things that are valid. So for example, this uses socket. Socket was declared outside of the callback, so it's technically captured by this callback. So by the time this is called, this socket could have been closed, it could have been destroyed. So I had to be extra careful that, like, well, open, it's not going to be destroyed yet, so this is safe to do. But I think I had having this message here, yeah, right here, where we have to make sure that the socket info actually still exists, because this get socket info actually looks up something in a map, and it might have been removed from the map by the time this close is called. So I had to have this check to see, well, if we couldn't find it in the map, then let's just ignore it, right? So stuff like that. Asynchronous programming is all about like being sensitive to the fact that something can be called at some point later. You don't really know or can guarantee the context of the call. So you got to check some of your arguments, especially the ones that might not live as long as your callback. And then in other languages like C++, you have to be really careful about deadlock situations where if you are making two functions and one is asynchronous and they both grab locks, if they grab different locks and call each other, they could get stuck waiting for each other. So I made rules for myself about callbacks where I said, well, the only time you can call a callback is when you're not holding any locks. And that rule has worked out pretty well. It basically prevents the deadlock because only one side is going to ever hold a lock. The other side that's calling callbacks always releases its locks before it calls a callback. A little bit of extra overhead you have to do like that. You have to make a copy of the callback function while you hold the lock, then release the lock and then call the callback through the copy. But it prevents deadlocks. I don't think in JavaScript you have to worry so much because technically even these asynchronous functions, it's still single-threaded. It's just these are put onto some kind of event loop. And when there's nothing else to do, then the callbacks are called in the same thread in which everything else runs. Truly asynchronous programming where you have multiple threads or processes, you have to worry about deadlock situations, but not so much in JavaScript. All right. I have expounded way too long on that. Back to admin settings. I have this variable. So if we have received enough acknowledgements, we want this set. And what I want to do here is have that render an extra little bit of text here, I think. Yeah, let's do it this way. So there's the main text here, and then we'll have a span. Let's do it this way. We'll say if that variable is set, then we'll have a span. Let's give it a special class. Credentials acknowledged. Credentials set. Credential set. And the span will just say, I don't know, acknowledged. And then if we haven't received it yet, it'll be no text there. Hey, develop it. How are you doing? Okay, credential set. Let's put that in here. Let's just make it a nice little color. How about lime green? What's the difference between lime and lime green? Lime is brighter? Slightly? Weird. Okay. Lime green. Lime green text. Maybe even make it a little bit bigger. No, it's already in H3, so it's going to be plenty big. Let's also give it a margin, because otherwise it's going to be squashed against the text in the header. So margin left 20 pixels or something. Okay, and then right now it won't go away, right? And I think I've sabotaged it so it doesn't actually set it. That doesn't actually set it. It just simulates that it got set, right? So ABC, DEF, 1, 2, 3, got acknowledged, right? So if I want that to disappear after a while, I think I'm just going to have an effect hook that resets it. So I need to have the reset action. Actions. So let's name it reset something. Reset. How about reset credential set acknowledgements? That's really long. Reflect credential set. Reset credentials. Yeah, that's fine. We'll leave it long. Who cares? When I want to have this when it's reduced, it sets that variable back to 0. Case action types dot that return state, and then this relatively new variable credential set acknowledgements will be, drumroll please, blah, 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 0. In CSS, gray is darker than dark gray. Really? No way. Gray. Dark gray. You're right. It is darker. What about light gray? Well, at least light gray is lighter than dark gray. Otherwise, you know, we'd have Armageddon impending, wouldn't we? Okay, add that to the list of obscure CSS knowledge. Dark gray is lighter than gray. Also, is there a gray alternate spelling? And it has the same property. That's how you know if you're American or English or UK, right? If you spell it gray versus gray. And I always get it wrong. All right. Reset is what we want to send in the effect after a few seconds. So let's make an effect. Use effect. And let's put it here, I guess. Actually, let's use that variable. So use effect something based on this variable, right? So when that variable changes, we want this effect to fire. And the effect will be if this is set, then we're going to have a timeout. So set timeout. And the handler is going to do the reset. And the timeout, I don't know. How about 2 seconds? It doesn't really matter what I put there. And the timeout, yeah, will be on reset credential. I'll just grab this word here. There we go. Really long prop name. And technically you're supposed to, everything you depend on should be in this list. Otherwise I get a interesting warning from the build tool, so I'll put that in there, right? So that I need to map to Redux right here. That's simply dispatch that actions. Reset. All right, let's see if it works. So I'm in here, I do A, B, C, D, F, 1, 2, 3, set. And it goes away after 2 seconds. 2 seconds might be too long. How about a second? I like that. A second's probably long enough for me. So then we actually have to do this for reals now, which is to remove that. Put that back in. So might as well just clean that up like that. And then I need to make sure that the one we did do, this one, is actually sent in the right place. Yeah, it's if we get that message back from the server. So we're good. About 1353 or 8354? too high of a number. 1353 I could do. That'd be a little silly little Easter egg that you would never actually see. 0.8354 times 1,000. How about A35.4? Right? A35.4. Perfect. Someone's got to look at that number and say, what the heck? Kappa. It's going to be the kappa value. All right. Need to build the server, and I did, right? Did that? I did the server side, didn't I? What do I double check? Credentials? Yeah. So I just needed to build that and then install it. W update RVS and then serve, and it should be there. Okay. So I have my credential file ready to look at. And now I'm going to set a credential. Let's just use the same one I did before, foobar, but I'll have a different key here. Develop it. Interesting. It didn't go to all 3 servers. It missed one. Why would it miss a server? It missed server 10 for some reason. Oh, server 10's not running? The stats aren't changing on server 10. Why not? Oh, that's weird. We actually don't have a connection to server 10. Now we do. That's weird. Okay, try again. Foo, bar, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. Gotta acknowledge that time. And it's on all 3. Well, that's actually a good test, where if it doesn't make it through to all the servers, we don't see the number. I should probably also have it reset to 0 when we actually send a message. So let me do that in the reducer as well. That would be cluster reducer. The message we're sending is what? Set. Yeah, I can just do set credential right here. Case action type set credential. Basically, all we need to care about is that we didn't get any acknowledgements back because we're just sending one. Yeah, I like that. Okay, so then I'm good, right? I think so. As long as this isn't dispatching extra actions that I don't care about. Let's look at the Redux action list while I do this. ABC, no, foo, bar, develop it. All right. So what do we send? Let's break this out. I see there's an error too. What are those errors? Ooh. Oh, did I not put it into a TD? Okay, that's my bad. The table I made, I put an input directly into a row and not putting it into a column. Okay, Redux. So here's the set credential. Ooh, super secret credential. So I need to be careful when I'm actually sending credentials to the live server never to show this. Actually, I'd never show the debug thing anyway, and for other reasons when I'm going to the real server. Send to all servers. There's what it looks like. And then that means sending it to 11, 10, and 12. This should have also... Oh, it was already 0. It would have also set the acknowledgements received to 0. Then we receive back credential set. So that's 1, 2, 3. And then 0.84 seconds, 0.8354 seconds later, there's a reset. Nice. Okay. Let me address these errors here. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Okay, admin settings. Line 110. The horror! I didn't put that into a TD. The horror. How could I? That HTML gods do not approve. Here, we will appease the HTML gods by putting our input into a cell. It's interesting that I put the button into a cell, but not the input. Okay, now hopefully the HTML gods will be appeased. Go ahead and dock that on the right. And go to here, and we'll set foo bar NUI. Acknowledged. Yep, got it back from all 3 servers. Nice. No errors, so it's time to check it in, right? Yep. So basically added an acknowledgement. That's all I did. You know, I'm cool with that. Add server ACK for when a credential is set. Commit. Did I say your username? Yes, I used your username as a test credential value. I did. NUI is the credential value for foobar right now in the test server. Okay. Let's move on to the next thing in the list for today. So I did that, and I did that. So now we're doing the actual OpenID, the OAuth Authorization Code. So I have part of this done. I need to review it then. You are top secret. So part of this will be, for this to work, why I needed to do this first was I need to put the client secret in, and I don't want people to see it. So I have to be really careful about, really careful about this. If I screw that up, then I think I can go to Twitch and just regenerate the secret. Maybe I should just plan for doing that, just in case. So I'm going to off-screen log into my Twitch dev. Twitch. It's like the Twitch developer, Twitch app panel, right? My console, yeah. There we go. And then I have my applications, and then there's my bot, and I can manage my bot. Right, so if there's a button here I can press to get a new client secret if I accidentally leak the current one. I'm going to have that button standing by just in case. I'm going to put that, minimize that, ready to bring that back at a moment's notice. Okay, so I need to get the client secret into my credentials. Where did I put that? This thing only shows it to you once, right? So I have to have... Yeah, you can't view your secret once you've gotten it. So I have it somewhere. I have it in my OneNote, but I can't show that OneNote right now. I'm going to grab it from my OneNote really carefully so you can't see it. There it is. Super secret. It's in my clipboard. Don't let me paste this, all right? You guys aren't going to let me hit paste. You guys would be nice, right? You wouldn't let me hit paste. So I'm going to put this in Twitch client secret. And just to be extra cautious, I'm going to pull this completely off screen to do the paste, even though it's just going to show stars. I hit set. Okay, it's in there. And now I'm going to, I wish I had, you know what I should do? I should have my own app clear my own clipboard when I hit set. Wouldn't that be a smart thing to do? What if we, let me first grab something else into the clipboard. Okay, I've cleared my clipboard, so we're safe now. And OneNote's not pointing at my secrets anymore, so we're safe there. Hey there, Jabico. Is there something you can say to the trainer? Yeah, you can say train. Clipboard safety. Yeah, let's do clipboard safety. In fact, let's add that to the plan right now. Add clipboard safety. When setting credential, clear the clipboard. So I need to look up how that's actually done. I have code in there to grab from the clipboard, but I don't know if I have the code to clear the clipboard yet. Where I did the grab from clipboard was in, I think, the app.js. No, it's on initial load, right? On initial load. Is that not? Okay, it was spelled differently. Where does that actually go? Reflect initial load. Got it. Maybe this is not the right one. Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, so here there should be a clear of the clipboard. Or not a clear, but a set of the clipboard. Is this it? No, that's just checking it. Where's the clipboard thing? Oh, here we go. Navigator, clipboard, write text. So you're entering second hour of the stream. Have you stretched? Not yet. I have not. All right. I don't know. Should I stretch every hour or every 2 hours to do stretch alarm? Well, I am going to let you guys interact with the overlay a little bit more soon, so. And here's one of those toasts we were talking about before. It's just a gentlemanly approach to doing window alert. Hey there, Rally Monkey. What's this about clipboard safety? I just put a super secret credential in here, and it shows up as stars, but I did it by using the clipboard, like hitting paste there. And actually, what's in my clipboard right now? Hold on, let me turn this off, because I didn't expect to see something in my clipboard. Oh, it's just reflect on initial load. So if I had a super secret thing in my clipboard, what I wanted to do was, like, once I hit set, it should clear my clipboard just to prevent me from making an ugly mistake again, like I did yesterday. So this is how we put something in the clipboard. I'm guessing it's the same kind of thing. So if I search for Navigator clipboard, maybe we'll find documentation online about it. I just need to clear it, right? Clipboard object, yeah. So the client has to grant them permission. I mean, that's fine, right? They probably have. Do it, maybe just write an empty string. Yeah, like Jabico just said. Clipboard cleared for security. Yeah, let's give a point to Jabico for that. Yeah, it seems obvious. Yeah, because it could just grab secrets from your clipboard. You wouldn't want that. So we're gonna do this over where I used let's put it in the React part. So admin settings, right? Here on set credential, we'll just put it here. Navigator write text. I'm going to put something embarrassing here. Semi-embarrassing. You almost leaked a secret forehead. So let's verify that this actually works, right? So then if I'm, let's say I have a super secret credential, all right? You guys are never going to guess what my credential is. Hold on. Okay, I have the super secret credential in my clipboard, right? And I go here and I say secrets, super, and I paste the super secret credential, right? Set. And then I accidentally pasted it again. You almost leaked a secret forehead. There we go. That's exactly what I wanted. But the super secret credential should be in there. And it is. Super secret was Rally Monkey 911. Yep. Super secret. Let's check that in. Leak prevention. Add leak protection. Anti-leak protection? I don't know, what's the right term? Add protection for against accidental credential leak. So clear in case the clipboard is used to hold a credential. Replace credential. Replace the clipboard's contents when the set button is pressed to set the credential. Okay, slow down. Done. Enable more keepos. Protection 4 to enable it more. Did I? Protection against. We don't want to enable it more. Okay. Cool. So it actually has my client secret there. I never want to ever print the contents of new credentials JSON ever. Because now not only will it have my OAuth token, but it also has my app's client secret, which would be really bad. And by the way, hello, Rally Monkey. I hope you're having a good day today. Today is, what? The last day of April. It's National Do Not Leak Your Credentials Day. I hope you knew that. Someone will use "you almost leaked a secret forehead" as a password. Well, it's got spaces in it. Can you put spaces in passwords? I guess you can, right? You can put any character you want, supposedly. Next. My current task is out of date. In most places you can have spaces, yeah. So what do I want to say? Right, so we're the first part of this OIDC code flow, I guess, would be to adding a server code. Well, actually, no. We're reviewing work already done towards adding OIDC authorization flow. There we go. You sequester yourself for a day to catch up on what the heck I'm doing because you're too far behind? Which part do you not understand? BRB, let me change my Omni-Iranian password. Yeah, I leaked an AWS secret yesterday, and it was bad because I didn't remember immediately how to go and delete it. So there's like a half an hour where someone could have come in and written something to my S3 bucket. I guess it wouldn't have been this end of the world. I would have seen that the files changed and just, you know, wipe it out again. It could have been a lot worse. It could have been I leaked more authorization, but it was just S3 bucket writes. You lost a place in your housing project website because the payment broke with your password? That sucks. Passwords should be able to contain anything. And wait a minute. That means, are they storing your password in the clear in the database and not as a hash? All right. Bad news. Never do that. Yeah, so the OIDC code flow was in the same kind of place I was just looking at before, right? Right here. It was near here, wasn't it? I guess I can just look for id.twitch. Yeah, here it is. Right, so we have this flow that we're not using. So I only have the implicit flow right now. So then I know what I need to do. So we need to add client-side code for 2 parts of the flow. So one part is initial redirect, or initial, it's not a redirect, initial call to Twitch to start the flow. And then the other one is a handle, the redirect to pass the code to the server. And then the third part will be on the server side. We use the, so actually that's what's just listed here. On this, add server side code for the third part of the flow, which is to ask Twitch to exchange a token for the code. And then part of that is we get the refresh token along with it, right? On some websites, you add, what is that, a Unicode, what kind of character is that? Unprintable Unicode character to your username, to your text, because you know the web developer doesn't know what happened. You couldn't even reset your password because it asked for the current one and you couldn't type it in because it had an illegal character in it. I hate it when password, like sites that take passwords tell me that I'm not using a character that they require that I use. It's like, well, it shouldn't matter what characters I use because you're going to hash it anyway. I guess it would be, I guess what I would prefer them to do is to check its either entropy level or check if it's pwned or not. Not to tell me that I'm not using a character I should be using. That's what you reminded me of. Although that had nothing to do with characters not being allowed. Character screens often make them more predictable. Yeah. Because people like will add an exclamation point or a 1 at the end or something to meet the requirement. This should be exchange, not in chains. All right, so what am I doing first? I'm making sure everything's checked in. That's what I'm doing. Push that. All right, so OIDC auth code flow 1. Send proper request to Twitch for code. Let's do that right now. And it should be relatively safe for the code to show up on screen because it's useless unless you know the secret for the client. But I need to meet. I'll just be abundance of caution, not show it. But let's set up this. So this is for the implicit flow, right? Current task stretch. Oh, okay, fine. We'll stretch. I only need like a minute or so. 1 minute stretch. How do I show this at the same? I guess I just go BRB for a minute. Yeah, we'll go BRB for a minute. I'll be right back. I'm back. Pogger, says Dumbbats. Hey, command request ghost trash, your LED flashes red. Yeah, that's a good idea. Point or develop it. Let's add that to the to-do. For the, I just put it under triage. I'm going to reorganize this anyway. I don't like the way I organized this. We're just going to put develop its idea right there. How are you going to get, how are we going to get it to electric shock? I don't know about the electric shock thing. We can do the LED flashing red 3 times, though. That's not that hard of a thing. Hope you're having a good day, Dumbbats, or a good evening. For me, it's the morning still. All right. OIDC auth code flow. So I have, where is it? How come it never brings me back to the right page? Because I didn't pin it. Here in game connection, when we are requesting an OAuth token for the bot, this is the implicit flow, step 1. I need to see what the authorization code flow step 1 is. So I'm going to go back to Chrome, and we're going to go to Twitch dev. I want the docs, please. And we're going to go to authentication, and I need to get a token, and we want the OAuth. So actually, I should just say OAuth auth code, not OIDC. OAuth auth code flow. Step 1. So what's different between that and what I had? Let's just grab it and compare. So that's what I have for implicit. Here's what they say I should have for auth code flow. What's the difference here? The endpoint is the same, the client ID is the same, the redirect URI is the same, the response type is code instead of token. And do they let me have a state? Yes, they do. Okay. Did I just leak some secrets? I don't think I did. What did I leak? Top secret docs? These are not top secret. What did I leak? You were messing around with Twitch auth earlier? Okay. Oh, you were asking Dumbbats if you leaked it. Yeah. I had to be really careful this morning, not that I didn't leak anything. Because yes, not yesterday. The day before yesterday, I did leak stuff. Made me nervous there. Okay, so the only difference is the code, right? So I can put that in here, right? Plus flow. Actually, let's just have it be a lookup table. Response type for flow. I could just define it here, right? Response type for flow equals. Actually, why don't I just build it right into here in place? Yeah, I don't even need to give it a name. I can just make an object here. So it would be, oh, I can't remember what it was. Was it implicit? Would be, token. And a code is code. Code is code. I think that's what I used. Actually, why don't I just make it the same thing? Response type. What if I just put token here? Then I don't even need to, you have a lookup table, it's just plus flow. Like, we can rename this, right? If I, rename it here. Type. Well, I can't use type because type is reserved for the type of the action. How about flow type? Yep, and then I will change it to flow type there. Do you remember when you were new in other dev streams, you joked about admin? That was scary because something with the default password just happened to them that week. You're still confused about implicit code flow and authorization code flow. I can explain the difference. I even have a stream note for that. Let me find it. Stream notes. OAuth. There we go. So here's the difference between... so don't look at this one about when it didn't work for me. Let's see what's the difference when it works. So implicit code flow is simple. The client goes directly to Twitch to say what it wants, and the Twitch interacts with the Twitch client in order to, that's when it pops, when it shows you, do you want to authorize this app, right? And if you say yes, you want to authorize it, it just gives you back the OAuth token. It's really, really simple, all right? You with me so far? So implicit flow is you ask for a token. The server might interact with your web browser so that the user can grant or deny authorization. But assuming that they grant authorization, the server goes back, and this is a redirect. It redirects back to your app and just gives you the token. Done, right? Code flow is more complicated because there's a fourth entity, a fourth actor involved. So in the code flow, either you or the server will send the initial request to Twitch to say, hey, we want a token, but we're going to use the code flow for this, right? The same authorization thing happens between the Twitch server and Twitch client. That's, again, the pop-up that you see where it says, this app is requesting access to your account for these reasons. Do you want to authorize it or not? So if you say yes, instead of getting the OAuth token back, you get a code in this redirect. And what you're supposed to do with the code is you give the code to your app server, which holds on to the secret for the client secret. And it takes the code plus the client ID and secret and then gives that in a second Twitch call. So this implicit flow, there was only one call to Twitch, right? Here there's two. There's to start the flow, and then there's the second part where, hey, I have the code. Give me a token, please, and to prove that I am the app, I'm going to tell you my secret. Then the server will return to the server, not to the client, but to the server, the OAuth token. So there are a couple advantages for this extra complexity. Your client app never sees the OAuth token. See, the OAuth token never reaches the client at all. The client sees the code only, but the code is useless unless you know the secret for the app. The names are a little bit confusing because Twitch calls the client app your bot or whatever, right? But I use the word client here as in the app running in the browser, and server app is the app that's running in my AWS. Okay, so sorry if the terms are a little bit confusing, but yeah, the OAuth token never reaches your browser, either through the Twitch client or through your client app in the browser. It goes directly to your server, and it can only get there if because the only thing that could have gotten that token is your server app anyway, because your server app hopefully is the only one that knows the secret. You understand it now? You did implement the code flow? Yeah, so this I haven't implemented yet. I've been using this forever. This has the disadvantage. It has advantage and disadvantage, right? The advantage is it's simpler. You don't need a server app. So it's ideal for in-browser apps that are serverless, that are headless, right? Or not headless, that are serverless. A serverless app just gets the token directly, and then the JavaScript can directly interact with Twitch, right? Really simple. It also has the advantage in that I believe the token lasts longer. The disadvantage is you don't get any refresh token. So when the token expires, you have to do the whole thing again, which I have to do every 60 days or so. The advantage to code flow is that you not only get an OAuth token, but you also get a refresh token. And with the refresh token and the secret, I think, you can repeat this third step here and get the token refreshed without the client needing to be involved. So hopefully I should only ever have to tell the game to authorize my bot once, and then when I get the token and refresh token on the game server, it can just, whenever it needs to, it can just ask Twitch, hey, I still want to use this bot, so please give me a new OAuth token. Here's my refresh token. So I mostly want to use this code flow because I don't want to have to manually do this every 60 days. I want to take advantage of the refresh token that you get this way. Also, it's a little bit more secure, right? As long as I make sure this secret doesn't get out, it's only in my server and in my private notebook. And then if I accidentally were to leak this code, it's not so bad because the code is useless without the secret. So there's both a security and a convenience reasons to do this, but it's a little bit more complicated. So there, I've completely explained it, I hope. So the only difference in the first step is the response type, and I just realized I can just do that, right? And that should just work. So we're done with step 1. So to confirm that that's correct, we should look and see what the server's going to send back. It should tell us, right? What will come back in the redirect? Yeah, here we go. So the redirect comes back with that, with a code. So I think, where was this coming back on? Down here somewhere, right? Yeah, here we go. Here's my low budget router thing. Yeah, so there's an OAuth if it's a token. I guess otherwise we get a code. So I want to have another section here. Let's change the current task. So number 2 is handle the redirect, which provides the code. 60 days sounds lenient for simple auth. Yeah, it is pretty lenient. And what I've heard a couple days ago, someone was telling me with the authorization code flow, it's much shorter. So we're going to need to have that refresh token working. You're moving away from code flow because you want your APIs entirely stateless. So right, not be server. Secondly, code flow, you can only exchange the code for a token once. But no, but you get the refresh token, Mr. Balrog. You're supposed to use the reset token to get to refresh it. So you use the code to get the 2 tokens, the OAuth token and the refresh token. Oh, you know. But that doesn't help you because you don't want to hold the secret on the server? Because you want the server to be stateless. So that's the real reason, right? Yeah. The burden for you will be you have to reinitiate the implicit flow every 60 days or so. Right? Which is not such a big deal for users who let themselves stay logged into Twitch because, like I was showing 2 days ago, it doesn't actually need to reauthorize. It just bounces to Twitch and comes back with a token right away, which is what happened when I accidentally leaked the token and no one noticed, I hope, yesterday. And then Mr. Balrog. So I need to be careful with this. If I test this, it's going to bounce back to the redirect and it's going to show up in my browser window. And so when I test this, I can't show the screen. So yeah. The day before yesterday. Yes, you're correct. The day before yesterday, I leaked an AWS credential. And for a brief moment, I leaked a token. Hey there, Anu Dev. I'm working on OAuth Authorization Code flow, which is in Twitch here. I'm working on implementing that right now. So I already have OAuth implicit code flow. Where's the table? There's a nice little table. Yeah, I've been doing OAuth implicit code flow. Now I am doing authorization code flow. The difference is in the extra step here that's going to be involved. So I've been getting OAuth tokens from my game and my Twitch bot this way. Now I'm going to do it this way, where we're going to be getting a code back instead of the OAuth token, and then we have to send that code to our server to exchange for a token. So it's a 3-step process. Step 1, step 2, step 3. What am I implementing it for? For the game that I can link right here. So this is the test environment for my game. So if I were to look like a normal player, only like I'm a tiger instead of an actual human, because I'm the GM, I can be whatever I want. It's a multiplayer Dungeons and Dragons kind of game. Terminology that has been used in the past to describe this kind of game is a MUD, or multi-user dungeon, but you could also say it's an MMORPG, although it's really not that massive. Multiplayer game where you walk around in the game world, and what's a little bit different about my game is it's got Twitch integration, so the game runs my bot, so when the bot says Omnia Reignia, then that's actually the name of the game. Thank you for the follow. And there's going to be other interactions between Twitch and the game, so the game has to hold on to a token to use for the bot account, and also it's got to use the Twitch APIs for various things, like when we allow people to log in with Twitch, or when people chat in the channel, and when the stream goes live or goes offline, or when someone subscribes. Like, I want to have stuff in the game where, like, if we're streaming the game and someone were to give me like a bit, that maybe a special monster would show up in the world somewhere. Don't give me a bit right now, but like, imagine this, like someone gives me a bit or 10 bits or something like that, and all of a sudden it triggers an in-game event. I think that would be really cool. So for that kind of thing, we need to have not just a token, but we need to use Twitch's APIs, specifically their pub sub or their webhooks, right? So that's when hopefully I'm going to get to this later today. That after we get the code flow worked out, using Twitch pub sub lets us, our game server, know when certain things happen. I think the way I want to do this, I don't want you guys to have to give bits and stuff, is we'll just work with the channel point redemptions. I'll make a free or a very cheap channel point redemption we can play with. Yeah, so that's the hook for my game, is it's going to be, you know, getting community involvement in Twitch to integrate with the game, cause in-game events and that kind of thing. So, oh, well, thank you for the bit. I told you not to, but thank you anyway. Dumb bets, that's really nice of you. But yeah, I want that to be triggered, to trigger something in my game eventually. And but I want to do it with channel points which don't cost you anything. We'll make it really low cost, like maybe just one channel point or something, or maybe just make it free for a while so we can test it. All right. Anyway, the second part, I wrote it down right. The handling the redirect. It's going to come back here, but it's not going to say OAuth. Their documentation says something different, right? It said, let me look. Authorization code flow. We get back code equals. So it's like OAuth equals, only slightly different. So let's do this. We're going to get a code equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and it'll be the thing immediately after the equals, right? Yeah. So so this is to clear it out of the address bar right away. And we're going to get the code out. It's not the hash, it's actually in the search. And it'll be actually it'll be right at character 6, right? Substring starting at 6. We don't need to do that. Should I do this just to be safe? Index of that plus 6? It feels better, just in case I need to change the where we search for it. Actually, I should just, I shouldn't even do substring. I should be like doing a search or something. Because this all, well, right now the redirect goes straight to the top of the site. But if it didn't, I would have to change these numbers. I don't feel like doing it the right way right now. Well, this'll be good. Okay, but we are looking for the state, right? Yeah, I do want to do that, and it is in the hash part, right? Actually, I don't know. We'll actually have to. I'm gonna guess it's in the hash part, and it won't be that. It'll just be state equals. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. You're using channel points already for highlighting the message? Yeah, that should show up in the pub sub also. And I forgot to wave to you, by the way, El New Dev. How are you doing today? Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, yeah, we're going to check to make sure the state is correct just because we can. Yeah, I guess we'll just put it into the clipboard and I'll verify it. Actually, that's what I want to do. I don't need to do that right now. Let me write to the clipboard something I can verify off stream. It'll be search. Let me see the whole search thing. Hash, and the whole hash, and then code, just to make sure it parsed correctly. And let's put some new lines in here. And we'll say secret things successfully obtained in your clipboard. Because it flashes it in the address bar, I can't show it when I do this, right? But this should be enough to get started now. I just have to not show this when I do it. All right. Here's the button I need to press, but I'm going to, I'll just make it easy on myself. I'm just going to hide the display while I press this button. State mismatch. Okay, so I didn't do the parsing correctly. Oh, and I didn't put it into the... Okay, so I can show this again. I kind of want to show this always. Alright, and we're going to do it. Try this again. Yeah, well, if it shows up, just the code gets leaked, so it's not so bad. I just want to be an extra abundance of caution. Alright, and then I want to have an off-stream... Okay, I can show this again. I want to have an off-screen window... Notepad++, right? Where I'm going to paste what was in my clipboard. What? Nothing was in the clipboard? It said it... I put something in there, though. What? Maybe it's going to the wrong redirect. Hold on. So it's code... Oh, I put it in the wrong place. This should have been down here. But let me make these slightly different so I know which one we're actually redirected for. Okay, let's try this again. So I hide this out of an abundance of caution, get the code, and show it again. And then I go over here and hit paste. Okay. It didn't actually put it in the clipboard. Why not? Why did that not work? Oh, it went to the wrong flow. It went to the wrong flow. Why? Why? Oh, is that part of my redirect URI? It might be. Yeah, let me change this one too. Hold on. Let's just hack this for now to do that so I can actually see it. So there's no code, it'll just be OAuth. Yes. Thinking of stream gainer, do you have any recommendations for a cheap 1080p second monitor? Just go to, I would go to just the, like Fry's Electronics is where, like in Southern California, a place that I usually go to, and just look for a cheap one that doesn't look too bad. Secondary monitors, you should be able to get one pretty cheap, under $100, right? I'm gonna start streaming this weekend. Nice. Okay, Third time's the charm. How many? What time am I on? I don't even remember. Okay, and then paste there. Okay. I see the problem. That OAuth string is part of my redirect URL, and the code is coming into the hash, so I need to actually merge these two together then, so I can show this again. So this is part of the actual redirect URL. That doesn't come from Twitch. That's my thing. And this, where exactly does it show up? Where the token shows up. Oh, it's just assuming. You know what assuming does, right? It just makes an ass out of you and me. Yeah, 16.9's a good... or you can do what I do and have a 21.9, and then you just don't show the whole screen. I think I need to clean this up. This is assuming that it's like in the hash there are 14 characters and then that. Yeah. I really want to look and see what that looks like. So it means I'm gonna have to get a token and then revoke it. So actually, it's not too bad. We'll just make a token and revoke it, just to see what it looks like. So that's what I get for. Oh, it's not in the hat. Oh, okay, I see. There is a difference. It's in the for an implicit. It's in the query string, and for the code, I mean, for the code flow, it's in the query string, but for the implicit flow, is in the hash. So, yeah, that's what I want to do. Okay, so yeah, I just want to run this again and get that token back out. So hide this. Hit this button here. Then paste. Okay, I got it. I got it, chat. And it won't leak because I won't let it. So I see the difference now. Yeah, so for implicit flow, it's all in the hash. For code flow, it's all in the query. I can't show it, but actually I could sanitize this and then show it. I just need to put this. I just need to revoke the token because I don't really need it. So I'm going to put the token there, and I'm going to drag it into here and then revoke it. So where is that file? Projects. Okay, it's there and there. And there. So I'm going to drag that file carefully into drop there, then revoke it. Yeah, see how I properly put that in there? I put that in there 2 days ago so it doesn't actually show the actual token, even though it did revoke it successfully. All right, so I did all of that just to see what the format of the message is. So far, so good. Wait, which one did you get? 160 euros seems kind of pricey for a monitor, though. Like, you can get a really, really, really cheap monitor these days. Like, I think you can get it for under $100 US at least. If you don't care about the quality so much, you know? If you're just using it as a second monitor to put secrets on. In fact, that's exactly what I have. I have a cheap monitor on the left. All the main stuff is on the ultra wide. Okay, so this is true for both, but for code authorization flow, the hash is empty, so I can just do a quick if hash length greater than 0, then it's implicit. And we do this. Else authorization. Authorization. What terms do they actually use again? I always get these mixed up, so I have to look. Implicit code flow authorization code flow. Implicit code flow authorization code flow. Right. So that's implicit, and then the authorization was this junk. So I can get rid of this and do that here. Okay, and so it's search index of and code equals, but I have to search until I get to the next one. So it's substring. Oh, I did this wrong anyway. It's search substring that until we see the index of the next one, right? Oh, wait. I need to do the same thing. Yeah, let's do the same thing that we did here for the state. This here. Part of hash beginning with code. I need code start. So the code start is where that begins, plus 6. Then the part of the hash beginning with the code is that substring code start, and then the code is that substring of that until we go to the next and sign. Then I got the code, and then we're going to do the same thing with the state, right? The state is in there somewhere? Yeah, it's in there. So state is also in there. Actually, I could do that outside, can't I? Yeah, why don't I do that outside? This part. Yeah, let's pull that out and put that up here. So this is the state verification. So verify state. Verify our state is echoed back from Twitch. And then our next move is different depending on which code flow we're using. But I should have this toast for failed first. I should have, if the state is not expected, we'll do the toast and return. I think. Hey there, XLA. How are you doing today? Don't want to show that window on top. What do you call a mountaintop guarded by rogues? A sneak peek. Half a point, Mr. Balrog. Half a point. Okay, does this look good? We're verifying that the state is correct, and we're also removing it at the same time from our local storage because we only needed it momentarily. And so we don't need to re-verify it, so I'm going to remove this. It's state start down to this part. Oh, except I don't need that anymore. And so it's just going to be to grab it and dispatch it that it's in our clipboard. Right. Oh, I didn't put it in the clipboard. I deleted that line. So I need that line uncommented. There we go. Okay, so authorization code flow, we get the code out. And right now I'm writing it to the clipboard just to verify it's correct. And then I'm going to say we have secret things. Okay, so let me try this again. Re-verifying the different flows. Let me make sure first I didn't screw up the implicit flow. Oh, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, so implicit flow. I gotta hide the screen because it briefly flashes the OAuth token. Okay, I got a state mismatch. Why did I get a state mismatch? Okay, let's show this again. What did I screw up here? Three, 4, 5, 6. Looking at the template that I expect. Did I accidentally get rid of a character here? I guess I could look at the git lens and see what this used to look like. What did it look like before? Down here. Oh yeah, look, that character got yoinked out somehow. Yep, that's what it was. This should be at state. Let's try again. Actually, that means I just lost the last code. So I should probably, just to clean things up, I should probably I should log into my bot and disconnect that app and then reissue the codes again. Let me put that in my notes to remember to do. Remember to deauthorize and then reauthorize the bot after the stream to clean up any OAuth tokens I may have lost. Because, you know, I've lost them, they're unusable, so why let them exist? Hey there, Dobson. All your favorite streamers tend to stream at the same time. I have the same problem, Dobson. And my problem's even worse. My favorite streamers also stream while I'm streaming. And I definitely can't watch them while I'm streaming. I'm not that good at splitting my attention. Alright. I'm glad that you are implying that I'm one of your favorites. That makes me happy. Let me not leak tokens here by hiding this while I test. Okay, I got his token successfully. So I can show this again, and I'm going to put it... And the token looks good. So I'm going to go and revoke it because I don't need it. So, I really should put it back onto this panel every time, shouldn't I? So, I'm going to take the token and drop it in, and then revoke it, and make sure that I got a success, which I did. I got a successful token revoke. Alright, so now we're going to do the code flow to make sure it parses correctly. So I'm going to, again, hide the screen for a moment, just out of an abundance of caution, and do get code. And the state didn't match. What did I get back? Okay, I messed that up. So show the screen again, because it's safe to do so, right? So the state didn't match correctly. So I think I want to again review this. Oh, the state isn't in the hash. They put the state in the query. Why did they have to do that? So I have to move the state, I have to actually move this state verification somewhere else. Well, I can move part of it, right? I was hoping to do them have common code for the state verification, but the place where the state is different for the auth code flow. So I have to do a copy pasta again. So that's fine for implicit, but for code flow it's different. Yeah, the state thing they talk about is to avoid CSRF attacks. Cross-site request forging. They talk about that here. I don't need to worry about that so much because I'm the only one who's going to use this in the admin panel, so I'll make sure that I don't that my site isn't spoofed. Or I don't know how to explain that really well, but yeah, they talk about it here. It's to avoid CSRF attacks. So if you want to learn more about CSRF attacks, there's a good site for that. It was port swigger.net, and they talk about CSRF if you search here somewhere. Oh, I think I did it through a Google search and it ended up here. CSRF site port swigger.net. Yes. So if you want to know about what you're avoiding with the state, then read this. It goes in. It does a pretty good job explaining things and demonstrating how it might work and how you would prevent that sort of thing. I wish that Twitch would link, when they say that, they should link to that site that I just gave for more information on what you're trying to avoid. So, and I believe the correct way for me to do this is not to generate the state on the client, but to generate it in the server and have the server verify the state. But that's a little bit, I think that's a little bit overkill for what I'm trying to do. OWASP is a nice collection of things not to do. Oh, really? Imagine someone crafting a shortened link to make my site do something dumb in the OAuth flow. Yeah. I just wouldn't click a crafted link like that. And how would I prevent it from being slipped under the rug for me? Well, I can't prevent it, but I just try to browse safely, I guess. It's more to prevent my server from from being used in an attack, right? So all my server will end up getting is a token for my bot to use. So if someone would also have to have my secret key for this to be used at all, because this message to actually give the bot the token is only allowed for admins, and admins have to have the RSA secret key to check. So it's really not an attack that makes sense for me. But I'm going to do the state checking locally just because it's easy. Checks if the state was expected or not. Yeah, my server, so if you have this open as a public service in your server, yeah, you'd want the state to be generated in your server and check it on the server to make sure it came from you, that the original request was one that you made and not some attacker. But my server can only even ever do this if I do it with the secret key to begin with, so it's not a problem. All right. I've convinced myself that what I'm doing is okay, even though you shouldn't do this at home. All right, let me see what I need to do. It's in the search, not the hash. So I should say search index of state. And search, so this is part of search. Beginning with state. And actually it's the last thing in the string. So what happens if you do index of and there's no more? Let's find out. JS index of, what if there isn't one? -1 if it's not present. Okay, good to know. And what does substring do if the second argument is a negative? Yeah, what if the index is negative? I guess we have to just check, right? I suppose what we'll do is say const state end equals that. Let if state end is negative or is less than 0, state end will be the length of it, right? This dot length. And then we want state end to be here. Yep. And I could do the same thing down here, but I can also just be lazy about it because I know that the code is frontmost. Okay, let's try this again. Over here. And what happens if you step on a D4 barefoot? You take 1 D4 damage. Uh-oh. I just lost a whole bunch of... Oh, dropping frames. Dropping lots of frames. Can you guys still hear me? My bit rate has dropped to like 700. Bit rate dropped to below 800 kilobits per second. Alright. Yeah, my stream is very unstable right now. You guys are still hearing me, but it's choppy. Maybe it's a temporary internet issue. It seems to have stabilized now. I dropped 1,176 frames. Sound is good? Okay, so the sound made it through, but the video didn't. I dropped 1,176 frames, but it's not dropping any now. Hey there, Orange Ribbon. Thank you for the stream quality feedback there. Yeah, who knows? It could be one of my kids downloading something. It could be Twitch having a problem. Who knows? You had to re-click Streamy. Sorry about that. You hear me with a 30-second delay? Yeah. My apologies that you guys have to go through that. I hate it when I have to go through that watching Twitch too. Hold on, let me hide the stream. Actually, hiding the stream makes the bitrate a lot easier to do, right? If I were to do if I were to do variable bitrate, which I'm not, so it doesn't matter. Okay, that actually worked, and I got secrets on my clipboard, and we're not leaking them, so I can show them here. The code didn't get through though. The code didn't get through. Why would the code not get through? The code should search for that string, which is there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then add 6. Oh, it says hash. Okay, I messed up. Search. It's all in the search, so it's not in the hash at all. In fact, I'm not even going to bother to print any hash. There should be no hash here. No hash. Okay. I want to make sure that I get the correct code, because the third step will be to send this to the server and have the server retrieve a token for me. Long time no see, just had no time, sadly. I understand that totally. No problem at all. I am grateful whenever you can be here and watch the stream and be involved. And no worries if you can't. I totally understand that. I'm trying to get through this OAuth stuff and I can't show a lot of it because it leaks tokens, which is unfortunate. Okay, and then turn it back on, and then okay, cool. I got the code out. Great. The code is there. Do I want to? Let me re-verify the implicit flow one more time. So, do implicit flow. I got a token, and token's good. So let me go revoke it. So clear that and drop it here and then revoke. Server will revoke it for me, which it does. Nice. Thank you, server. Okay, cool. So I'm done with step 2. On to step 3, which is to add the server-side code for the third part of the flow. Ask Twitch to exchange a token for the code. Get a refresh token along with it. So let's do that. So current task. Maybe the current task should be take a break. How long have I been going? 2 hours? We could take a minute break just to get up and stretch. So part 3, when I come back from the break, will be to exchange the code from Twitch for OAuth token. Okay, that's too long. Let's just say exchange the code for an OAuth token. There we go. I know, Orange Riven, are you here? Were you here watching my stream 2 days ago? I leaked 2 different credentials. AWS and OAuth token. Okay. Yeah, so when I come back from the break, I'm going to work on this third part. So I can't show you any of this, but when I hit code right now, it gives me back the code to exchange, and it places it in the clipboard right now. So instead of, so I have it in this variable. I need to basically send that variable to the server to say, hey, you can get an OAuth token if you use this code with your secret. And that would involve connecting to the server, wouldn't it? So I think what we have to do is put the code. I know what I need to do, I think. We would re-log into the game, and maybe during the login process, we would just give the server the code. So yeah, I think what I'd do is I'd stash that code in Redux, and it would auto-connect, which it will do when this happens. When we reflect that we're disconnected, it should go and reconnect to the game. And at that point, we will give the code to the server, and then the server will get an OAuth token, and I should see that in the credentials. Should just show up there. You see me leak once or twice before? I hope you guys told me when it happened. So let me take a quick break, and yeah, if you guys have been sitting here for an hour or two, like I have, might be a good opportunity to get up and stretch, get something to drink, use the restroom, that kind of thing. I won't be gone too long. Just a minute so I can get up and stretch. I'll be right back. I'm back. Yeah, delay on mobile is kind of high. I've just gotten used to that. You know what I do in mobile is I just, since it's a small screen anyway, I just turn it down to 180p or whatever, and mostly I just listen. Good that leaks are pointed out to me. When I'm scared about the ones that happen and I don't know that they happened. That should frighten me enough to rotate my credentials every once in a while, shouldn't it? Okay. We're all good. Everything's good here. So the next task. So this is going to be actually sub parts to this, right? So stash the code in Redux. After login, if we have a code, send it to the server. Specifically, after login, we would after login, when leader is found, if we have a code, send it to the leaders of the cluster, right? Because that's the one that's authorized to talk to Twitch. So then have leader server ask us to exchange the token for a code, and we get the refresh token along with it. Once we get that token, we have to distribute tokens, because we get both of them. OAuth and refresh to the follower servers. And actually, that's what this one was, right? So that replaces that. There we go. Bugs that silently corrupt your data. Yeah, scary that, like, you might have revealed a secret and you didn't realize you did it. But that's why we all should rotate passwords and other credentials regularly, right? Just in case they got out. Okay, so current task is, oops, I hit the wrong button. Got back. Okay, this button, current task. I guess that can remain the current task for a while, right? I'm just going to be doing sub parts of that. Okay, stashing the code in Redux. We can do this. I have the code here. We're not putting it in the clipboard. It's in code. Do I want a toast? I suppose so. It's going to say something like obtained OAuth. What is the thing called? A OAuth code from server. And then later we're going to probably also toast that we sent it to our server. And I suppose we'll have the server acknowledge back to us that it got an OAuth token. And we'll want to see all three of those toasts, right? So I need to put that code somewhere. We're going to do a dispatch actions, store OAuth code. Action. So actions. Put it in alphabetical order. STO. There we go. And then I get to pick whatever reducer that I want to store this. Which reducer do I want to store it in? How about admin login? That sounds appropriate to me. So this would be OAuth code. Let's make it null if we don't have one. Then it's easier to test. So then store OAuth code. How about instead of store, we do set. Then if I set it to null, it's clearing it. Then I don't need a second action. Yeah, let's do set. Right there. So that goes there. RS. Case action type set OAuth code. Really easy. Reducers are easy. You just say, the next state is the last state, but the OAuth code is whatever is in the action.code. There we go. Now, the second step is after login, when the leader is found, if we have a code, send it to the leader. So how do we know when the leader is connected? That would be in the middleware of the game, in the admin middleware, right? Connection? Yeah. Reflect admin authenticated. We don't know which one's the leader. Okay, looks like I don't have... It looks like this is the wrong middleware. Where do we know when the leader... Cluster? Reflect server configuration? Reflect server... I don't see it here. Oh. It would be server stats, wouldn't it? Okay, let me look for send to leader. That one has to know which one the leader is, right? Oh. So we look for one whose role is leader. Okay, so we needed to see where... So it's admin cluster raft. That's where it is. That's where it gets set. So raft reducer or cluster reducer. Where is raft set? Reflect raft state. Okay, so that's where I want it then. I want this action to be handled in which reducer? In which middleware though? Login reducer, I guess. I suppose. Yeah, we could put it here. So right here, case that. Oh, this is a reducer. What am I doing? I don't want it to be in a reducer. I want it to be in the middleware because we're actually dispatching other actions. Where did I pick before? Was it login? No. Connection. It was connection. This one. I want to have that case. Reflect raft state. On reflect raft state. Because here's where we know that we'll know which one is the leader. Or we'll wait until we get... We'll wait until we hear from a leader, basically. So const that is... I actually don't even need the, actually I could use the action. The action No, I don't need it. Actually, I don't need the action. I just need dispatch and get state. Because I'll just do what I did in the other, in the view that I was looking at. Where was that? I did a search for it, didn't I? Yeah, this one. Actually, this is a middleware. Right. We do this code here. And we only really need to do this if we have a code to send. So const code is get state admin login OAuth code, right? Yes. If code is null, then we don't need to do anything. But if we have a code, we see if there's a leader of the cluster. If there is one, then we need to know its ID, right? Game connection. Actually, no, I don't. I just need to send to leader. Yeah, that's exactly what I need to do. So I would do dispatch actions send to leader, and then it's just a message, right? Yeah, message. And then before that, we want to clear the old OAuth. We want to drop the OAuth code. So basically, we're going to give it to the server and hope that it takes it. Or should I wait until we get an acknowledgement? I think we should just drop it right away and hope that the server got it. And if it didn't get it, I just won't get the toast, and then I'll just repeat the process, right? So dispatch actions set OAuth code, right? Yep. To null. And then the message is going to be type whatever I want it to be. How about obtain OAuth token? And there's the code, right? Sounds good to me. So that'll send it to the server. The server needs to then receive this message, take the code, and start a Twitch API call to get the tokens. Assuming that it comes back and gets a token, we're going to want to have it acknowledge the receipt of the token. So let's do that work right now. In server messages, let's expect to receive back a message. The last one was set, was credential set, right? Yeah. Let's make it say OAuth token obtained. Okay, and then that, I'm gonna just do a similar thing where we have a flag. So same thing as on credential set. It's just gonna reflect that it was. So reflect OAuth token obtained. So then that will be an action. Reflect O right here. And then that just needs to do a toast. So what does toasts right now? Notifications, right? Was that a middleware? I can't remember. React Toastify. Yes, notifications, which is a middleware. Oh, but we have to go through toast. So who dispatches toast? Oh, I can do it anywhere. I just do toast. Perfect. Okay, let's just grab this and go back to connection, I guess. Yeah. Sure, we can put it here. So this will be action types. Now I have two things on my clipboard now. Let me put this one off to the side because I need that. But what I need right now is this one. That on that const that equals same kind of deal here, but do the toast. There we go. Oops. Just grab those two. There we go. Okay, toast is server has obtained an OAuth token. I said before there would be 3 toasts, right? Now I'm only thinking there's 2. What was the third one? The first one was that we got a code when we sent it to this. Oh no, I remember what it was. I wanted a toast for when it's actually sent. So I want a toast right here. Sending leader server. Let's just say leader. Leader has obtained an OAuth token. Sending leader OAuth code. There we go. So we sent them the code, and when we hear back from them, we're going to toast that they got one. I don't need to get state. Okay, so that finishes the front end work. So the back end work is we have to receive that and call Twitch, and when we get back a token, we're going to send back the server message I set up. OAuth token obtained. So it's going to be obtain OAuth token obtained. All right. So then backend is all test-driven development. So let's close everything here. I didn't save this. Save. Close everything. Oh, well, let me double check something. The id.twitch, where was that done again? Here, did I, actually, I wanted the OAuth one. What did I put in the clipboard, or if anything? I didn't, right? Yeah. Okay. That's good. So then, right. So then we're good. We're good. Backend. Test, source, coordinator tests, credentials. Yeah, let's just build off of this. This test is small. This test fixture is small enough. Yeah, I mean, it goes in with revoke, right? Okay, so instead of revoke, it's going to be obtain OAuth token, and it's multiple steps, right? The first step is that, well, actually, no, I guess I should test them all at once. We're going to receive the code. It should send to Twitch, which I'm going to mock, the request for a code, and then, I mean, the request for the token, passing the code in the secret, and then we're going to mock or simulate that the token is returned, and we want to test that the token's stored. So yeah, it's a whole process here. So destroy the, yeah. I want to set a credential. Oh, we already have one here. Nice. So instead of OAuth, it's going to be, what did I say that it was? Client secret. And the client secret will be secrets. All right. And then we have, what are we doing with the client ID? Oh, right. Yeah, it's in the configuration. That's fine. Okay, so the admin sends the message that we had in connection middleware. Obtain OAuth token. Right? And then the code is whatever I want it to be. Let's pick a code. Const standard string code. Could be anything I want. So today I'm going to pick Origin in homage to a certain Twitch viewer who might still be watching but might not be. And let's define what token we're going to return back. Token. Ribbon. I think the secret should be Jabaco. There we go. It doesn't really matter what I put here. It's just that the string shouldn't be anywhere else to verify that what we send in comes out the other end. So the code goes in, the secret is in the credentials, the token should come out when we mock Twitch, right? So this is act. Part 1. Admin provides the code obtained from Twitch. That I put in there because Twitch interaction is asynchronous, right? Yeah, so part 2 is coordinator should request tokens from Twitch. Using the code plus the secret. Using the code, client ID, and secret. Sneaky. So I'm not going to write this from scratch. I'm going to find where I've done something similar and just copy it. So in the Golem, right, we did test involving Twitch. Where was that? Golem. So Twitch. Yes. Well, no, that's not exactly it. I'm not looking for Twitch TMI connections. I'm looking for API connections. I guess I would just look for API.twitch. Here we go. So yeah, the mock WebGate should have received a request to send something to Twitch. And then we're going to simulate a 200 response with the redirect. It's actually not going to be 200, is it? No, it's not going to be a redirect. It's going to be a 200. I just need to look at what it's in the... It's a 200 with no body, right? It's all in the, I need to look and see what it is. Yeah, but we'll want that, so let's just put a bookmark there just in case. Paste all that junk here, right? So part 2 is we should get a request sent to Twitch. Let's call this token request. Token request. Token request target should be API Twitch TV. That is an artifact of how I do things internally. It should be id.twitch.tv, right? Let's see what we should be sending. Oh, thanks for that small gesture. I made your J just by putting bits of your stream name into my test. Okay. It's easy enough to do. Okay, here's what we should be sending. So I'm going to copy that directly and paste it. There we go. And maybe pull it apart into the various parts. So this, I'm looking at the wrong one, aren't I? I should be looking at authorization code flow. Oh, it's a post we're supposed to send. Yes. Why would it be a post? Oh, because it's creating a resource on the server? I guess that makes sense. Okay, so the post thing is we should expect that, right? Right. So expect equal post for token request dot method. There. It's a hard day, better a hard set of weeks. Yeah. I hear ya. Okay, so that's 443 because of some internal crap that I have to do. Alright, so I need to build into here the parts that we care about, right? So this should be string extensions printf. And we'll take advantage of the fact we can do this. So that's one string that we need to expect, and then this is the second string we need to expect. And then the third thing we need to expect. There we go. And then this junk, right? Oh, the server needs to know the redirect URI. Do we have that already set? I might not. I might only have that in the client under env production. Why? Actually, why is the redirect URI included? Because we're not going to be redirected. I guess it's just to verify. So I guess we'll just put that as what? Another credential or a configuration item? Okay. Oh, but it has to match what we use in env development, which is localhost. So yeah, it could be just a configuration item. I think I'll just make a configuration item. So that's in my config, right? Config.json. Yeah, so I have the client IDs. I just need to put the redirect URL. Bot redirect URL is there. Cool. Why not configure env info for these URLs? Is there a reason to hard code those? I'm not hard coding them. For the unit tests, I'm hard coding it just because it's an isolated unit test. But yeah, in the real environment, I will put it in the configuration. This is a dynamic structure, which is exchanged between me as I set up the game and the actual game. So as I change these things, I'll just re-upload a new configuration. And if it really was a secret, which the client IDs are not, but if it was, like the OAuth token, there's a special other file called the credentials file, which I set up 2 days ago. And that's where I'm choosing to store the client secret and the OAuth token once we get it. And anything else that is sensitive that we don't want to show. So that's why I was just musing, should I put this in the credentials or not? I don't think it's secret, so I'm gonna choose to put it in the configuration. So I just need to remember to put that in the test setup and the production environments configurations. I guess I can do that now while I'm at it. There shouldn't be anything secret in this configuration anymore, but just out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to edit it off screen. In Notepad++, I'm going to find where this is and just copy this. So for the test environment, it should be localhost, but for the production, it should be omniarena.com. I think they just do this as a double check to make sure the request is correct for the correct app. Although we wouldn't really need it. Okay, so I wrote it, and now I need to write it back to the game. So that's to drag and drop it there. Upload complete. Let me download to verify. Edit with one Notepad++, and it's there. It's bot redirect URL. Looks right to me. So then I'm closing those. And we're done with that. Okay, so then that's what I also have to put into the test frameworks version of the configuration as well. So that was here, and I can put whatever I want. So let's put https example.com. And then it's Twitch bot redirect URL that we would expect. Is it really authorization code? That's a long string. Why didn't they just make it code? I'm guessing it's because it's OIDC required that it be that exactly. Oh, when they say redirect URI, not URL. Whatever. Okay, so then the arguments are here are so we need, in addition to the client ID, we need the redirect URL. So that was bot redirect URL, right? Okay, so client ID goes first. Then secret. Then code. Then redirect URL. That's what we will expect that the game sends to Twitch. Well, I actually thought about that last night, Alnudev, about updating to Visual Studio 2019. And I figure, you know, I could actually do that without risk to... the main reason I haven't done it is I felt that it was putting my stream at risk where, let's say like 15 minutes before my stream starts, I decide, oh, let's update to Visual Studio 2019. I do it and it breaks everything. What would I stream? Would I stream myself just repairing my environment? That would be kind of boring, right? So, but then I thought last night, you know, 2019 should install completely in parallel and not affect 2017 at all. But just out of an abundance of caution, I'm like, I'll make sure that I have a good like couple hours to try it, and so if something bad happens, I'll have enough time to fix it before my next stream. There weren't any major changes. Yeah, I mean, it's just being extra cautious about it. Yeah, they should go in parallel. There's always a non-zero risk of Visual Studio needing a Windows reinstall. Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't want to have to reinstall Windows while I'm streaming. In fact, the stream would have to stop almost by definition, right? Yeah, so just to be cautious, I will do it when I have some spare time. What's the release cycle for Visual Studio? It's every 2 or 3 years they have a new version. But even when like 2019 is out now, they're still updating 2017 with patches. Probably 2021, yeah, something like that, or 2022. Who knows? Every 2 or 3 years they seem to update it. Because it was 2010, and then 2012, and then 2013, and then 2015, 17, 19. So they did have a few even-numbered year releases. And yeah, they went from 2012 to 2013, so they had a release within a year. I don't remember why. Okay, anyway, that should be what we expect for the target. Do we expect headers to be sent? No, there are no headers sent with this request, right? There should be no bearer token. Is there anything else about it? What was the thing I ran into 2 days ago that I was doing wrong? I can't even remember what it was. Does anybody remember? I know we talked about that the content length should be 0 because there's no document, but what was the real problem that I was doing wrong? Oh, that it was that I was including a token, so I should expect that it's not present, right? When we included that, it actually broke things, so we should expect false that it even has the token. Has header client ID. There should be no client ID and there should be no authorization. There we go. It's just that if you Google installer issues 99% of the time, it's just that if you Google installer issues 99% of the time, they expect you to reinstall Windows before getting back to them. Yeah. Reinstall Windows. Oh yeah, that's not disruptive at all. Yeah. For me, and for one of my friends also, the process of reinstalling Windows is like a day-long thing. If you have to reinstall Windows, it's like, okay, I guess today is a Windows reinstallation day. And actually, sometimes I take the opportunity. I'm like, I'm going to reinstall Windows anyway. Why don't I just get a bigger SSD now? You having problems getting IntelliSense working with Unity? I've heard that Unity has issues sometimes. Visual Studio Encode in Linux. Yeah, that sounds like a difficult thing to get done. What do I want in the response? We respond with a JSON encoded access token. It looks like this. Sweet. So I can just put this straight into here, right? Like that. And get rid of that, and then put some braces in front of these. Change the colons to commas and put braces at the end, except for this one needs to be fixed up. Oh, and commas. Let's not forget the commas. Okay, and then They say it's a number, so we'll put a number. Let's put 8354. Unless someone else in chat has a number in their name. I don't see anybody with a number. Where's team numbers? Am I the only numbered person watching right now? There's 715-209. 715-209. There we go. I like that better. 42? I use 42 too much. I'll use 42 next. How about that? Right. So, this is not right. This should be JSON array of that. And then, how does that work? Okay, it doesn't matter what I put here, right? Scope, hack TS Jost. We'll just make a joke on TS Jost expense. And then what else am I missing here? These actually turn into curly braces in my syntax. And then I'm missing a parentheses. Don't need those extra braces. I think I got it. So, and then that's step 2. That's part 2. So then part 3 is, what was parts 1 and 2 again? Right. Admin should receive back an acknowledgement. Admin should receive back an acknowledgement, and the tokens should be tokens and expire. Well, we can make the expires in just held in memory. I still need to get it back out though. How would I test that? I would test that by having a test hook to get it. Yeah. The tokens should be stored in the credentials, and the expiration time should be recorded. Right. 1337 is always an option. That's true. I use that too. I use 42, I use 1337, and I don't use my number too much. What's my number? 8354. It looks like it shows up in my URLs a lot. Yeah, and my test messages. And I also use 13531, a fair number. And I use 85 because I used to have a viewer named 85Filter. Oh, I don't know if he's watching anymore, but he used to watch a lot. This is sort of an act assert combination, right? Because we're asserting every part of the way. I guess we could say that that's the act. And then the assert is parts 2 and 3. Because this is what triggers the thing, and then this is what the consequences are. That we have an exchange with Twitch, and then the final assert is that we get back out a message. So what am I doing for that? One of these, I think. Yeah, actually this is the best. So that replaces all of this, actually. There. So we expect the token for OAuth token. And we will I never did put a refresh in here. So one of them is called an access token. The other one's called a refresh token. Access token, refresh token, right? Refresh token. We're going to make that one be lnew dev. All right. So access token goes right here. Refresh token goes here. We should have that declared some other place. So const int expiration 71529. Why not? I don't care about the scope right now. That's fine. Okay, and then so this is access token, and then refresh token for let's call this refresh. And the message that we expect won't be credentials found. What did I say I wanted? I wanted server messages OAuth token obtained. Let's say ACK found. Make it short. If we get that message back, then we succeed. And then I should have a test hook for checking the refresh. So expect equal refresh expiration, right? Expiration for coordinator. I need a test hook for this. Get OAuth token expiration. Actually, it should really take that time and add it to its current time. So I should have this start out with the mock timekeeper. Current time is something. I don't know. 12345.0. We should be expecting that plus expiration. Expect that plus expiration for whatever get OAuth token expiration time. There we go. So that needs to exist first. Why is your username in there? It's just a placeholder. Do you want, if you want me to, I can just make it something else. I just need random strings that aren't predictable or, you know, defaults, so that what goes in has to come out in the correct place. It doesn't actually matter the content of it. You're fine with that? All right. This is, you know, not open source code, so it's not like your name will get distributed far and wide. It's only inside the game. Inside the game's tests. I now own your soul. It's like taking a picture of you. Okay, so I need that to be in coordinator coordinator.hpp. Yeah, let's put it right here. So this is a double const. This is a test hook, really. Return the time at which the server's OAuth, Twitch OAuth token will expire. Is returned. There we go. All right. Let's go to where that's defined. That didn't work. Try again. There we go. I just need to place it somewhere. Where to place it? Probably in the golem. That's where it belongs, right? Dot OAuth token expiration time. All right, let's go there. Golem. Let's put its variable in place. Got lots of variables here, right? TMI, message cooldown. Do I need to put it in the Twitch delegate? I don't think so. I think this can go outside. Yeah, because it's something that its worker thread is going to need to do. So I can directly copy from this documentation. This is the time at which the server's Twitch OAuth token will expire. All right. Build. And we're going to do test-driven development here, which means I wrote the test. I expect the test to fail right away because I haven't written the code to make the test pass. Coming up on 3 hours. Need to time a stretch break here at some point. Run. I like how it's colored now. And he must have just changed that, like, in the last couple days. Yeah, he's been making a lot of changes recently. Output coloring improvements. Look at that. Hint, are you working on an executable or a test case? Just right-click on it and enable auto run. Yeah, see, I don't like to do auto run right now because the tests take minutes, and that's my fault. If the tests were to be so fast that I could run it in seconds, I would do that. Wow. Let's see if my bug is mentioned here somewhere. Ah, that's my issue. Look at that. That's the one I reported that he fixed. Like that day. Really good. Nice. All right. Enough admiring of the changes there. Yeah, so this it fails here because this message is ignored basically. So I need to go to coordinator impl, where I have the list of messages we will interpret from admins, which don't require changing the game state. So that would be admin message handler, and I need to put it in this list somewhere. Let's put it alphabetically under where O, right? These are in alphabetical order, right? LM and O. So, yeah, it should be part of the golem. On obtain OAuth token. Cool, so we have an on revoke. That's perfect. In fact, it's going to be much the same way. So instead of revoke, it's obtain. Obtain. Hey there, Mud Ribbit. It's going well. I'm on step 3 out of 3 of the OAuth Authorization Code flow process, which I would be glad to show you a diagram about if you're not already familiar with it. OAuth. So up until now, my chatbot, which is integrated into my game, has been using implicit flow, meaning I have to do this manually because my client app is my browser. I go to Twitch, I say, please give me an OAuth token for my bot account. And this is mostly automatic because I've already told my browser to remember the Twitch login, and so Twitch just says, oh yeah, okay, you have the cookie. And it sends me back the OAuth token directly, and then I have to take that token and send it to my game, right? It's a manual process. So I'm updating to the authorization. This should say authorization code flow. This is really implicit code flow. The authorization code flow, instead of getting the token back, you get a code. So I've done this part. I've done all this so far, and I'm working on this part right now, right? So instead of getting a token back, you get a code, which you send to your application server, and then where combined with your secret, you can ask Twitch to give you the token, and the token never hits your browser. That's one good thing. The other good thing is, in addition to the token, you also get a refresh token, which the server can use to like get a new token whenever the old one is about to expire. So that's not shown in the diagram, but these two would repeat every time the token needs to be refreshed, and the browser doesn't need to be involved. I don't even need to be playing. The server can just keep its token refreshed in the background. So lots of good things for this flow, and but it's a little bit more complicated. I did this stuff so far, and I'm doing this part now. What's the motivation for doing this change? Main motivation was that this was a manual process, and I had to do it every 60 days or so. And it is a little bit risky as far as it shows the token on my browser's address bar. And so I've leaked that. I leaked it 2 days ago by accident. And this one is more secure from my standpoint, that the most I could leak by accident is the code. The code is useless unless you know the secret. So even if I show the code that I'm getting, it won't let anyone hack in. The other motivation to do it is that this becomes an automatic process, so I don't have to remember to give the bot a new token every 60 days. It'll keep the token I don't know how long, but probably forever, as long as it continuously refreshes it. I guess if my game goes offline long enough that the token expires, then it would see that it's already expired, and then I would have to go repeat the code flow again to get a new code. But yeah, that's the main motivation. And also, I was already in the mood for doing OAuth stuff because of the change that's happening today that you may or may not know. But if you use the new Twitch APIs, starting today, you need to have an OAuth token to use the Helix endpoint. So I did that work 2 days ago, and so I was already working on OAuth. I'm like, okay, I just add the authorization code flow while I'm at it, and that's what I'm finishing up today. You didn't see that? Yeah, so if you're the author of any kind of application that uses the new Twitch API, you need to have an OAuth token. You kind of want to have an OAuth token anyway, because it greatly increases the number of API calls you can make. They talk about that somewhere here. Yeah. If you don't use a token, you could only do 30 API requests per minute, but if you have a token, you can go up to 800. So that's the incentive to actually use an OAuth token with the new Twitch API. In addition, you can get it even higher if you ask them. There's like a form, yeah, this one. You can ask them for an even higher rate limit if you want. But you get an automatic rate limit increase just by using a token. So why not, right? The only thing that it does that might not be in your favor is you're no longer anonymous. You can make anonymous API. You can make pseudo-anonymous API calls. I say pseudo-anonymous because you don't have to identify the account, but you do have to identify your client app. You've always had to do that, right? The client ID is always required. I don't know where they say that, but now both the client ID and a bearer token, which identifies an actual account, is required. So you're kind of giving out more personal information to Twitch when you use their API in exchange for being able to use it more frequently. But you could argue that it's a good thing because bad actors now are easier to detect because they do something bad with the API. They have to have an OAuth token, so you can at least pin them to who authorized that to be done, and then and looking at the token, you can see when was it issued, and then you can maybe track them down a little bit better. Amazon already owns all your public information anyway. Well, there you go. Okay, so this is the server side when we get requests to obtain the token. Now we're going to have the code in the message, and we're going to combine that with the secret and the client ID that we have in our credentials already to request Twitch to give us a token. So that can go there. And just like the revoke token, we're going to initiate an API call to the ID endpoint. So I'm just going to copy this as is. But instead of revoking, we're going to request to get one, right? So this is going to be saying requesting an OAuth token. So we get our client ID, but we're also going to want to know our client secret and our redirect URL. And I had already set those up in advance. That's how cool I am. I already have this set up here. It is bot bot redirect URL, and the secret is in our credentials. So that's impl get credential Twitch. What was the string again? The test will say. The credentials test will say. Client secret. Client secret. There we go. So we get our client ID, we get our client secret from our credential. So this is no longer in the configuration because that was just asking to be leaked on stream. Now all my super secret stuff is in a separate credential file, which I will never ever show on stream. But the configuration is now clean to show on stream now because we don't store that stuff there. So those three pieces of information go into a post, right? And they expect us to do this kind of a post, right? Client ID. Can I just copy that again? We'll just copy it again. Print secrets.json. Yeah, good try. Alrighty. So that all gets tabbed over. We're going to put strings around these things. Hey, look at that. A super secret. Copied straight from Twitch's API document, so it's probably not a real secret, but we'll pretend that it is. All right, client ID. These are all strings, right? And they're all nicely encoded, so we don't have to worry about URL encoding them. Isn't that nice? So it goes client ID, then client secret, then the code, which we don't have yet, because I haven't extracted that from the message, and then client redirect URL. Right, and we send that to the ID endpoint, and we should get back. Why do I have this be a warning? That should have been a. That doesn't need to be a warning. That could just be a 3. There we go. It should have been a warning only if it was an error. Oh, because I copied that from code which was handling an error. That's right. So all the code examples contain secrets tied to the developer portal. That would be funny if it was a real secret. Yeah, what if that really was their client secret, you know? I bet people have tried to use that, right? We could at least look up and see which client that is, I think. Yeah, you could start a request to get a token for that client, and you can actually see which client that is. It's a fake secret, yes. Okay, the code I get from the message. Actually, I can just put this straight in here, right? I can say, no, let's do separate. Const auto code is as a string message code. So we get that from the client. That's the only thing we get from the client is the code, right? And then it'll either be a 200 code or it won't. So if transaction response status code is 200, then we got tokens. Otherwise, I think I will leave that as a warning here. I'll say attempting to get OAuth token return code whatever body whatever for debugging purposes. And I don't want to print the URL that we sent. I need to make sure that those API calls aren't actually shown in the log. I don't think that they are. It's been like an hour since I actually did one. That'd be okay. It was up here somewhere, right? How come they're not showing up for me? My eyes are just bad. At some point, I did an API call, right? I'm just not seeing it. Oh, nope. Nope. I really want to find it now. It's a sunken cost fallacy. I must find it. Now that I started looking, I will not give up until I find it. I should give up, though. Grep. Yeah, but this is already printed out. Can you do it? I didn't pipe this to a file. This is just in the terminal window. I'm surprised I can't find it. Copy the whole buffer. Let the computer do the work. I know. I should do that. So how do you copy the whole buffer? Control A? Control A doesn't work. Copy all. There we go. And just so I don't get myself in trouble, let me hide the screen. Just for a moment. Returned. Oh, I found it. Okay, it is going to show stuff. Yep. All right, so I can show that. I need to be really careful about this. So it's going to echo out the that string, and I had a censoring thing in there for token. So I need to add censoring for the secret and other stuff like that, right? Looking through images of game, an NPC complains that the new fridge spoils the food. Somewhere else, someone is proud of their invention while the fridge is turned off when it's closed, and thus the the scroll is destroying the encoder. Yeah, sorry. All right. Yeah, so I need to be careful with this API. I think it's in this post Twitch API call where we do this junk, right? Yeah, here we go. Censoring. I think what I want to do is make, instead of just censor on token, we want to censor on several things. Yeah. Let's make a censor function. And I can use utilities, right? Yeah. Let's make a utility called censor. Censor secrets. Const standard string input. Okay, and then there should be a key or something. Const standard string key. Instead of token prefix, it's just key. All right, so input replaces that, and then we are returning. Oh, this was operating on an in place. Okay, so then I can just make, instead of input, it could be called target or something, and then it's not const, and it mutates the string. Yeah, because it's just going to refill it with stars. Okay, so it's not token position. Key position. Right, so that should work. So I don't need to return anything. Okay, and then that's the declaration I need in utilities.hpp. All right. Find or search for I should probably make the delimiter also an argument, right? End delimiter. So const char end delimiter. And then put that there. Search for a secret value in the given string. And if found, replace it with stars, asterisks. Does it find one just one occurrence? Yeah. So maybe just call it secret. We're gonna call it multiple times though. Hey there, Crumpet. How are you doing? Hi. Okay. Parameter input and output is the target. This is the string to be censored. Key. This is the string, the substring, which is expected to precede the secret if it's in the target. Param end delimiter. If the secret is in the target, this character is expected to be the first character after the secret. There we go. There we go. Yeah, 71529, I totally got your password there. I'm going to hack you right after the stream. Better go change that password, because I saw it even though everyone else didn't. Okay, so censor secret. I suppose I should, the first time I run this, I should do it off screen just to be extra careful. Don't need this anymore. Okay, so messaging should include utilities. It does. All right, so then I can just say censor secret censored URI string token equals, and then the at that delimiter, right? And then that replaces this. And then I can repeat this for all the things I care about. In fact, I can even be clever about it and make this a static const standard vector of strings called secret keys equals token equals. And then what we're learning from Golem is that it's also going to be client secret equals and code equals and client ID is not secret. We won't need to do that. So I can say for const auto secret key and secret keys, censor that secret key. Oh, that goes there. Done. Do you understand why someone formats their function as function name? You mean with the space? I have a peculiar style that I like. It's just a style thing. What's up with the passwords? It's just a joke about secrets not showing up for people, but showing up for hackers. So I just want to make sure that when we log the API call, that we don't show the values for these parameters in there, right? And they will show up here because we're going to start printing them. Okay, the post, right. So if it succeeds, then we got to parse the response, right? So const auto response JSON is JSON object formed from, oh no, it's JSON value from encoding transaction response body. And Twitch tells us that access token contains the token, so it would be what am I getting at here? Impl. We have to. Oh no, we're given the impl. Impl set credential Twitch OAuth is response JSON access token. So you guys can see it. I'll do that. Access token. And then we also got a refresh token, didn't we? Refresh token. And the test expects me to put it where? Refresh. Oh, this is wrong. I had this wrong. That should be OAuth, and these should both be Twitch. Yeah. Okay, so refresh should have the refresh token in it. And then I'm supposed to take the expiration time and store it. So that's impl dot, well, we already have it, right? It's OAuth token refresh expiration time is interpreted as an int response JSON. Oh, thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. It expires in. We actually have to add to that the current time, though. So we have the current time through our nifty little timekeeper. Timekeeper? Timekeeper. No. Where is that stored? Twitch timekeeper. Where is that? Oh, I have that stashed in the Twitch delegate. Okay. this thing, right? Oh, I guess, yeah, I can just pull it from there. There. Plus. I guess we'll interpret that as a double. And then why is that a problem? Oh, because I need to say impl dot. There we go. Maybe? Oh, impl dot golem dot. There we go. Am I hashing what? I'm not hashing them. Oh, you're curious how I'm storing user passwords? Yes, I am hashing them. So that is using pbkdf2. F2. Don't search. Yeah, there we go. So yeah, I implemented this. This is, you can find it in Wikipedia. There's a link. Iterations, I think I have it set in my configuration. So on the production, it's more cycles, but in test, iterations, right? Yes, I think it's just 1,000 when I'm in the test environment. But yeah, we salt the password, we run it through pbkdf2 with, and testing it's 1,000. I think on production it's like 10 or 100,000. And before we even get that far, it has to meet a certain minimum strength based off of ZXCVB library. And it also has to not be pwned. You store that kind of thing in MySQL. So I can show you in the game.snapshot. So here's one of my test accounts in the test environment. So we store the algorithm we use. So it's pbkdf2 with hmax SHA-512. And we store the hash along with the salt, the number of iterations. That's what's actually stored. And right now it's in a big JSON file. Soon we're going to move this to a SQLite database, I think. You remember pbkdf2 severely slowing stuff down if you set it too high? Yeah. You basically want to have a trade-off between having it run fast enough and having it be secure enough. What's the salt? It's just a random string of bits. And that, again, in my configuration, it's that number of either bits or bytes. I can't remember. Anyways, look it up. I'm not sure. Let's look it up. It's bytes. So a 512 byte long salt is appended to the appended to passwords before we hash them. So here's where it's actually done. The compute hash is going to call. So it's from the inside out, right? You first do HMAC on it with the salt. No, the HMAC doesn't. The HMAC is just the hash the function to use in pbkdf2. pbkdf2 uses that function along with the password and the salt, and then we base64 encode it and store it in the database. If you hash peach password with a new salt, someone can't pre-hash every password. Yeah, that's what the salt's used for. The idea is that if someone has cracked a database somewhere, and let's say this hash they have hacked, they have obtained that in a database leak, right? So what they'll do is they'll just work on that hash alone, and they'll crack it. They'll figure out what the password is, right? This will only work with that salt to get the password. So if you use the same hash somewhere else, the same password, same password, different salt gives you a different hash. So it basically obscures cracked passwords so that you can't see them unless you also see the salt. But yeah, still, if the password's hacked, you can go through the dictionary of hacked passwords, and if you know the salt, you can see if the hash matches, and then yeah. It's only as good as it only prevents replays on that hash. You get a different hash for the same password, different salt. I've said this 3 times. Sorry, I get a little repetitive. I don't think anything You don't think you did anything with salt when you did PHP password hashes? It's just less secure. If someone were to grab the password file, they might have an easier time hacking it because they could use, like Chris is saying, create a rainbow table. But if the salt is different, it becomes prohibitively expensive. That's the idea. And hello, by the way. How are you doing, Chris? So if you use the same password on two sites with the same salt, well, the thing is you don't get to pick the salt. The server usually picks the salt, and the server will pick a cryptographically strong random number for it. So it's extremely unlikely to have the same salt on two different sites. But yeah, if you're right, if they happen to have the same salt and use the same password, you will get the same hash if the iteration count is the same and the hash function is the same. So a lot of things have to be the same. Picking on Tim, but since he's off, you need to poke another victim. Oh no, be kind. I haven't leaked any credentials yet today. Working on OAuth Authorization Code flow. So I'm working on the part 3 of this flow. I did these 2 earlier today, and I'm working on this part right now. I've been using this for getting OAuth tokens for my games bot, and now I'm moving to this because it allows me to automate this process in the server, and we also get a nice handy refresh token, so I don't have to do this every 60 days anymore. All right, so storing the tokens and the refresh time. So the only thing missing is we're not sending a response back to the original client. I can actually get a weak pointer to that and then send it back, right? So let's do that. Let's make a weak pointer to the WebSocket. Standard weak pointer to WebSocket's WebSocket. WS weak. Then we can capture that here in order to get a strong pointer back. So const auto WS, this should be WS weak, is formed from wsweak.lock. And then that should be the, why is it an error type? Okay, I have a compiler error somewhere. Let's have the compiler tell me where it is. I expect a compiler error. Be nice, compiler, give me an error. There's the error. Oh, do I just need to do that? Oh, no, it's a function call. Function call. Now it should tell me the type, right? Yeah. Constant shared pointer to a WebSocket. Okay, so then we can say ws send text JSON object to encoding. Help me out, IntelliSense. Type encoding for me. Wow. No suggestions. No. Why did it take 2 tries? I don't know. But this needs to be type, and it has to match what I have in the front end of the game, which the test is going to make sure. It's OAuth token obtained. There we go. Join the salt with the password as a single string and then hash them together. Yeah, the Jabaco's got it basically right. The trick, it's all security through obscurity, really. It's making it prohibitively expensive for anyone but a nation state, basically, or the NSA or something like that, to brute force different passwords to try to see if they match the hash, right? The part of the thing is to iterate, to loop, and the more you loop, the more that an attacker would need to loop to see if it matches, and you just make the loop counter high enough so that you can't casually just hack a whole bunch of passwords, given a database breach. But it's still, it just makes it harder. Eventually, the attacker who gets the password hashes will be able to crack it. It buys you time so that you can tell your users, hey, our database got exposed, so please go change your password. Right? That's what it really accomplishes. Buys you some time. Let's run the test. Ultimately, in security, it's hide things or make it difficult to buy you time to avoid attack. Oh, I'm being raided by Irish John Gaming. Yarr!
I have me booty ready to give ye. I know ye be asking, your booty or your life?
How's it going, Irish John? Give up that JavaScript booty. What if I'm doing C++ booty right now? New to the stream, there you go. Thank you for the links. Thank you, Nui. Let's give Nui a point. It's a raid. How was your stream, Irish John? I'm working on OAuth stuff today. Mel's League, hello. So, in my game, it uses a OAuth token to talk to Twitch. And up until now, I've been using the implicit code flow, which requires me to manually start the process, manually take the token and give it to my game. And I am trying to automate this so that I only need to do this once. And then from then on, my game server can interact with Twitch directly to get OAuth tokens. The initial boot process basically is to get a code from Twitch. Once we get a code, we can exchange that for a token. And we also get a nifty refresh token so that we can repeat the process. So that's what I'm working on right now. Identity server. I guess the Twitch server is our identity server. Okay, let's run the test. And it's failing down here because the target doesn't match. And, oh, I ran into this problem before. We can't print it because I need to turn these into strings. Dot generate string. There we go. That'll make it easier to compare. So, must have some typo somewhere. So let's run it again. What's different here? Oh, there's a token equals. Is that what Twitch needs? A token equals? Oh, yeah, token. So I messed that up. In which one? The code is wrong, not the test. Yeah, this should say token. Right? Oops. I slipped on the keyboard and we ended up somewhere scary. All right. Running credentials again. Yeah, so if you guys have any questions, let me know. I will gladly answer them. Oh, we got further. Oh, this part we actually need to wait. So we need to do admin.wait for messages. What the cool thing is that these all passed, so that means we actually got the test token back. So I'm going to run this. Yes. All right. So we're actually able to test this out for real now. So this will be cool because I'll no longer need to manually put the OAuth token into the server. Except for we haven't done the refresh stuff yet, so let me not celebrate too early. I guess actually while this is building, I can think about how do we handle the refresh. Actually refresh the token before it expires, yes. So, oh, I didn't do this one either. We need to distribute it to the follower servers. I should probably make that part of my unit test, right? There should also be a test that when it's distributed, it gets stored on a follower if it receives it. So I'll write 2 more tests for that, and then we'll have to do that and this one too, just to be good. And I'll probably do these tomorrow because I'm going to run out of time. But I'll be happy just to get all this stuff done. All right, still building. I'll get a head start on the test maybe for the next step while I'm waiting for this to build. So, yeah, obtain. So we should have a simulated peer. We don't have any in this test? Maybe I have one here. I'm surprised. Don't I have a peer anywhere here? I'm surprised. I thought credentials had a peer thing. Maybe not. Where did I have to... Oh, handoff had a peer. I remember this. Yeah, peer connection. And we have to basically give numbers to our server numbers. To our servers. Okay, so then back down here. If we're mobilizing a server, it should be as leader. And we'll give it a number. 1337, right? And then we'll have a peer connection. I also need to turn off the max connections before we mobilize. That's important. Otherwise, it's going to try to connect to the peer while right when it mobilizes, erasing that next one there. Add peer connection. So 85 will be a follower server. So what I'm going to expect is, I guess I can do it at any time. We'll do it as part of part 3. Admin should receive an acknowledgement. The token should be stored at credentials, and the expiration date should be recorded. Admin should receive an acknowledgement. Follower server should receive actually, let's put this at the end. The expiration time should be recorded, and the follower server should receive the same information. Alright, so I guess that we need to do a peer wait for messages also. And then we'll have to repeat this block to say, what are we going to call it? I don't know. Set OAuth tokens? Set OAuth tokens found. Set OAuth tokens. And we need to expect the same information in there, right? So, this stuff. Oh, thank you for that follow. I do appreciate it. So the access token should be in the message as a standard string message OAuth. I'll just keep it simple. I'll make it the same as the credential key. What's different here? Too many parentheses. There we go. So this part down to the quote. There. And then that same number I should see when I interpret as a double message expiration, I guess. Keep up the trend of making them capitals. OAuth refresh expiration. All right, and then how's my build doing? Okay, good. I actually kind of want to include this because I need it to be distributed to the other follower servers anyway. So this will make sure it gets sent, but I also need to make sure that a follower server would receive it and do the right thing. So I'm going to copy this test and do it from the follower's perspective. This is set OAuth tokens. Right, and so we will be a follower. Become follower of 85, and we have the peer connect, right? So this is unnecessary. We don't need an admin connection. Do I need this? No, I don't need this. We don't need the code. We don't need the secret. We need the access token and the expiration. And this is a double when it comes back to the follower server, and we don't need to set that. Correct. Okay, so act would be that the peer sends the message that we're sending up here, set OAuth tokens. And then OAuth should be access token. And then refresh should be refresh token. And then for expiration, it's just expiration. There. And then that's the act. It's that simple. The assert would just be that the same information is stored. So that would be down here. Right here. Expect the access token, refresh token, and expiration time to show up in... and we're not adding our current time. We're just doing expiration. Shows up in the right places. And that's all we need to do. So there we go. Let me get this test to pass also, and then I'll try it for in the test environment. There's 3 steps right here. I do the unit test first, then I do a run in the test environment, which is a local server on my computer, and then I push it to production sometime later. So this will fail because I'm not doing the forwarding, right? Yeah. We have a nice colored line now to show us that. It never actually sent it. So that is back here, right? Yeah, right now it tells the admin, but it doesn't distribute to the followers. So we got to do that right here. So it would be for. What would be the right place to do this? I mean, what would be the right way to do this? Const auto client in impl. Oh, no, it's peers, right? I forget where do we do this kind of thing? It's been a while since I've had to have a server talk to other servers directly like this. I guess I can look in coordinator impl, and I can look down here. Ah. No. Keep looking. Oh, here it is. Other instances. That's what I need. So let me try to find if I've ever done a loop. Oh, here we go. Broadcast. Where does this come into play? Broadcast. ECS feedback. Broadcast. Okay. Fine. That's essentially what I want, though. I want that piece of code to go here. All right. And then to get to messaging, I got to go impl dot, right? Messaging. Okay. And then exactly. There's the message we got to send. So it's kind of like that thing, right? Only the contents are different. The contents are set OAuth tokens for the type. And then I need 3 more. I need OAuth and refresh and expiration. And I just need to fill in the stuff we already have. So that's that and that and this. Perfect. All right, so then test it. Top of this test. Top of the test. Failed. Bummer. Oh, because it's going to admin. I'm just dumb. It should be peer. Try again. Pass. Yes. All right. So then let's work on this one. This is when we receive that message, we should set the credentials. It's not doing that right now, but this one's super easy, I think. When we receive a server-to-server message, that goes in a table. Up here, I can close all this stuff. Server messages, right? So it's got to match this string right here. Make server message handler. This should go into the same thing that's so it should be Golem. Oh, I'm doing the wrong one. Golem set OAuth tokens. Okay, so Golem HPP. Actually, hold on. Let me just copy from one of these. Yeah. And then I'll go to golem.hpp. And its method's somewhere here. Doesn't really matter. Well, I'll just put it right here because it kind of goes with that, right? So this one is a set OAuth tokens. This one. All right, and then the body of the function will go up here like that. So this is going to be from a follower server's point of view. It's going to be very, very simple. In fact, I'm going to copy from onSetCredential. because that already has exactly what I want. Where is that? Here it is. Actually, what am I doing? I don't need that. I can just copy from here. I can just do that. So instead of it coming from the response, it actually comes from this message, and I just made these exactly the same for convenience. And then we don't need these impls in front. Actually, I do need the impls in front because they are the root of the coordinator. This one, though, that's us, so I can just do that. Arrow. Oh, I don't need to get time. I just need to record it. So this message, I think I call it expiration, right? I think that's all I need. So build that. Okay, one thing I noticed is I'm not using context, so I could comment that out, right? And then we're going to be running the credentials test again. This one. Passing this time. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, now I'm pretty confident it'll get distributed correctly. So I'm going to go from the unit test to the full test environment. So full end-to-end in the test environment. And it's going to build a bunch of stuff because I changed a header. So this is going to take a minute. Is there something I can do while I'm waiting? I can start thinking about how to handle token refresh. So I think what I'm going to do for token refresh is whichever server is running the chatbot will, in its worker thread, just see if the refresh time is approaching, and if so, it will go and initiate the process to refresh the token. Grab coffee, sponsor ad? Yeah, I know. I figure I just get a heads up on thinking about what the next bit of work will be. Or maybe it's a good time to take a stretch break. Oh no, it's done. We'll stretch break when we get this working. All right, so update the code and serve, and then I'm probably going to blank the screen the first time I run this just to make sure I don't leak anything. But if this works correctly, I should get a new token in the credentials file without me needing to do anything. Hold on, let me make sure. Okay, yeah, there's an old token in there now, which I already revoked. Okay, and I have the client secret in there. And does it have the right? I did update the configuration to put the redirect URL. I remember doing that. Okay, so I'm just going to blank the screen really quick and hit the button and hope for the best. Hitting the button. Ooh, it actually worked. It worked. And I even got a refresh token. How much does it? Oh, I didn't print out how much the refresh time actually is, though. Okay, let me double, triple check that it doesn't leak anything. Yeah, and let me make sure it got to all the servers. Yeah, it looks like it did. Got distributed correctly. Yeah, I think it's good. Okay, I can show the screen then. Well, hold on. Maybe I'll revoke that just to be extra cautious. Let me revoke the token before I go any further. Yeah, all right. So now I can show it because it's if it actually was leaked by accident, it would have been revoked. So I hit the button and I saw a whole bunch of toasts saying that it got the code, it sent it to the server, and then the server actually got this requesting OAuth token. It did the Twitch API call. The client ID is not secret, but this client secret is, and the code is secret. So this was in my credentials. This we got from Twitch that the client passed to the server. And then it doesn't show... Okay, it shows the response 200. I didn't actually print out what the token was of the refresh. And that the refresh, I mean the expiration, so I don't know what the expiration actually was. And then here's where I revoked it later, just to be cautious. So it worked. I think I do want it to show the refresh time in the log for now, so let me do that really quick. That's just an extra diagnostic message here in Golem. When we get the token out, yeah, let's print it right here. Can I say diagnostic sender? No, I gotta do impl dot. How do I normally do this? Let's just copy this whole thing. Level 3 message, got OAuth token, which expires in I should get that out first, right? Const auto expires in equals that, and I can then put it there, and then I can print it out here. LG, and then maybe print a total timestamp value there. LG, yeah. So it'd be expires in, and then this variable. Okay, and then I'm just gonna go straight to the release build for this. Should build quick because I didn't change any header files. Okay. Update and serve. It does flash the code in the URL, so I don't want to show that on stream. So I will blank the screen again momentarily. As soon as this is connected. Okay, so I'm gonna turn off the screen until I get the code. Yeah, it flashes for like half a second, but then I can show it again. So I get these things. Obtain OAuth code for server, sent to the leader obtained an OAuth token. And then it says it expires in 13,990 seconds, and I'm not printing that correctly. What was the trick to print this as an integer? Is it just convert it to a 64-bit integer and print it? I guess I can do that. So a ZU and just cast it to site. Actually, that's not even use ZU. Let's do this right and do a PRIU64 and just convert it to a uint64t. There we go. Need to add a longer state that is displayed before the fragment so the fragment isn't visible off the edge. Oh, so you can see the whole thing? %D? Yeah. I'm just trying to do it the right way. If I just want to see the integer part. Int types. Yeah, I'm already including int types. Okay, well, that confirms what someone told me the other day. The tokens don't last long when they are authorization code flow. 13,990 is... That's sort of a weird number. 3 hours and 53 minutes? Oh, top of the hour, maybe. No? It's 1:13 p.m. my time. Why would it expire in 3 hours and 53 minutes? Sort of an odd interval, don't you think? I'm just trying to think, why would they give me an expiration time like that? All right. Build that. I have some time. I could do the refresh stuff. Not sure, but it could be an account-wide expiration time. Yeah, maybe. Let me go ahead and revoke that one, because I never did that. Revoke. That should have revoked it, and it did. All right. So then I built it. Did I build it? Yes, I did. Stop the server. Update the code and serve. Actually, I'm gonna be yeah, I'm gonna be. What's the word? Right? What's the right word? How come I can't come up with words right now? I've been streaming for 4 hours. That's why I can't come up with the right words. I should stretch. Yes, I will stretch in a moment. I'm going to be not so conservative because this code does flash really, really briefly, and the code is useless unless you have the secret, and the secret's not shown. I think I can actually press this button and not blank the screen. So I'm gonna press the button. You see the code flash there, but the code has already been redeemed for an OAuth token before anyone could actually try to use it. And yeah, so it expires at this time. Let me double check my quick math. Unix timestamp for that is what? So yeah, that's in like about, yeah, an hour. Well, that's weird. 58 minutes, not the top of the hour. I don't know, it seems arbitrary to me. Was it the same number? No, it wasn't the same number. Yeah, I bet it is something like what you're saying, Chris. It's like an account-wide expiration time. It probably advances an hour every hour or something like that. Huh. So let me take a break, and I think I will have enough time to do the refresh mechanism. So when I come back, I'm going to add the code in the server that when the time approaches, and I don't want to have to wait 3 hours, so I'll just have it so that it just, if it's I don't know. Let's just hack it to pretend that it's going to expire in 10 seconds or something like that, and then or how about whatever buffer I give it, we'll say that it's going to reach that in like 10 seconds. And then so what I'll see is I'll get the token, and then 10 seconds later it'll refresh it. And then, yeah, so every 10 seconds it'll try to refresh it. Yes, an hour advances every hour. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm aware of this. So, yeah, it shouldn't be too hard to do the refresh stuff. So let me get back to that. So let's revoke the token. I think another thing I want to see is when I do the token validation, I think I want the admin to be told if the OAuth token is valid or not. Somewhere here. But yeah, let me take a break. I'm going to take a slightly longer break so I can get something to drink. How about like 3 minutes and I'll be back? So stay tuned, I'll be back. Hey there, Chase. Chase K.N. Walden, how are you doing today? Okay, so I'm going to finish off today with doing refresh token handling. So, if you've been watching so far, working on OAuth tokens today for Twitch, and I've started off adding a set credential panel, which I put here, and I use that primarily to get the my bot's client secret into the server in a way that I can like very conveniently change if I need to. Thank you, Chris. And for clipboard safety, whenever I hit set, it clears my clipboard. And then I'm working on OIDC. It's really OAuth Authorization Code flow, right? So I've done everything down to here. The last steps I want to do are to actually refresh the token before it expires, and then whenever the server does, I think on startup or leadership change, whenever a server becomes a leader of the cluster, we'll have it validate its OAuth token, and then from that it gets an expiration time. It can refresh the expiration time, and then also it can know if it doesn't have, if the token's not valid, we could decide later to tell the admin maybe that the token's not valid, which is probably what I'm going to want to do, although it'll be obvious because the server won't be able to respond in chat anymore using the bot account. This stuff will probably have to wait for tomorrow. So yeah, I'm going to work on finishing these two up today. So token refresh. I should update the current task now, shouldn't I? Because we are done with OAuth code flow, at least getting the token. Now I'm going to implementing OAuth token refresh, which is part of the author. How come I am blanking on the name? Authorization code flow. Okay, so they talk about this, right? At some point, how do you refresh your token? Where do they talk about it? I don't see it. Is that in a different section here? Maybe? Be funny if they never actually talked about it. They just like leave it up to you to figure out how do you refresh your own tokens. Okay, let's search for the word refresh. Oh, nice. There's no hits on it other than that. Yeah, that's what it's going to look like. Wonderful. So how do we figure that out? Maybe it's under here. No, it's OIDC. So it's not going to be there. Would it be under guide? Oh, there it is. Got it. I found it. It is here if you want to follow along. So you should build your application in such a way that they're resilient to token authentication failures. In other words, an application capable of refreshing tokens should not need to know how long the token will live. Rather, it should be prepared to deal with the token becoming invalid at any time. That's fine. To allow that to do that, we're going to be validating the token and telling the admin, hey, you have to reauthorize the bot now. So we allow sessions to be refreshed. Generally refresh tokens are used to extend the lifetime. Yeah, so this is what I want because my bot is 24/7 and I don't want to have to manually authorize it. In the future, we'll revoke permanently lived sessions. I don't even have one of these, so I don't care. If they're going to revoke it, go ahead. Okay, app access tokens and ID tokens cannot be refreshed. Why do they say that? Because that isn't the app access token what I'm getting. Hold on. I thought I had an app access token. What do I actually have? Introduction or authentication. There's a here it is. Oh no, I'm getting a user access token. App access token is something else. Yeah. Hey there, TS Joss. I immortalized you today, TS Joss. So now if I search for TS Joss, You are a OAuth scope. There's an OAuth scope to hack you in my unit test. You're a hack. Actually, it's to hack you. Yeah, anyway, I'm not using an app access token. I'm using a user access token, so refresh we can do. All right, how to refresh? Yeah, so we have the refresh token. I verified that. And we have these. Okay, cool. So I got a data URL encode something. Wait a minute, what? What the heck is that? Dash data dash URL encode? Is that a typo? That looks like a typo to me. What do you guys think? I don't think that should be in there. I think it's just post that and then that. Why do they say that? URL encode. Yeah, it doesn't pop up anywhere else except for here. That's a curl option or something? Yeah, but they're not showing it with curl. Oh, because it's probably they had it up here in the way at the top. Yeah, when they show that. Yeah, they show it as a sample request. Okay, well, that's weird. I think that's probably shouldn't even be there. Because when they talk about revoking, they don't have it. And when they talk about getting it, they don't have it either. They, we also did a post for that, right? Yeah, we did a post for that and there was nothing in there. So weird. Okay. So that's it. And we want to trigger that when the, when we get to a pre-configured, like, threshold of time in which the, token is going to expire, right? Do they actually have a guideline of when you should do it? Because we want to refresh it before it expires, right? They don't actually say it, I don't think, but I assume that we want to refresh it before it expires. The refresh token may contain characters that are not URL safe, so be sure to URL encode the characters of your refresh token before inserting into the body of the refresh request. Oh, that's why they say that. Okay. Okay, so let me actually look at the refresh token I got before. I don't see any URL unsafe characters in there. Yeah, it looks fine to me. It looks like an OAuth token, just a bit longer. Okay, so let me refresh my memory what it means to URL encode. I think I dealt with this when I did my URL .cpp, right? Where was that? URL, URI, percent encoded, was that it? I think it was this. That's the decoder. Where's the encoder? Percent. Oh, here we go. Encode element, right? Encode element. There we go. Right. There's an allowed character set, right? And if it's not allowed, then we do a percent and then the hex digits. I think this, and if I use my URI class, this gets done automatically. Yeah, because we URL encode everything, including the query string. So if I form the query string through my URI class, it'll get URL encoded for me. Okay, that's good to know. Just out of curiosity, what's in the allowed characters for a query? These are the ones that these are the ones that are allowed. So the unreserved is alpha, which is A through Z, capital or lowercase. The digits, which are 0 through 9, dash, period, underscore, tilde. Or no, yeah, tilde. And then all these characters, they do not need to be percent encoded. So everything else gets percent encoded. But I'm not seeing any weird characters. I'm wondering if that's just something that came from OAuth 2.0. Because this doesn't seem to be the case right now. Okay, we'll just be safe. In fact, we'll include that in the test. We'll put an explicitly, just like we have here in the test. Let's find one where I had to have a special character. There's got to be a test with a special character in it, right? It's probably further along. Let's just look for percent. Barely legal. Illegal characters. Okay, those are encoded when they don't need to be encoded. Where's ones that definitely need to be encoded? Was this it? Oh, space. There we go. So if there's a space in the name, in the token, right? Yeah, space. Let's use space. So %20, that's easy to remember. Where was I that I saw that was in here? Right, here. Space is not in here, so it definitely needs to be percent encoded. All right, got it. Cool. So go to I forget the name of the test suite now. I guess it would be Golem, right? Yeah, okay. We'll do it in Golem. There's a little bit of overlap between Golem and credentials, though. Actually, I think I really do want it to be in credentials because that's where it belongs. But we need to enable the Golem. We need to make sure the Golem is enabled. So pin that. Pin that. Okay. How does this enable the Golem? Where do we do for setup? Oh, we just do settings Golem enabled. There we go. Okay. Wait a minute, now that I think about it. The game won't be able to use Twitch APIs unless the chatbot is enabled, which makes sense, actually. So, yeah, yeah, so we should do that. In fact, I should probably do that in the credentials test, too. I should be doing this there, I think. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, and then I don't need this junk, though. I don't need that. Right, okay, and I've done this in other tests, so let me take that and remove that from the actual tests that don't need to do them individually anymore. Right, okay. In fact, I did that there, so I don't need to do that in the other tests either. Isn't that convenient? Everywhere we recall destroy, I don't need to destroy anymore. Nice. Cleans up a fair amount. Okay. I should have searched for this whole string the whole time. Okay. So, in addition to the comment setup, we destroy any old credentials file. We prevent the server from connecting to its peers automatically. We enable the Golem, which that's important because if I don't do that, then it won't refresh the token. So, new test. And current task is correct, right? Okay, good. New test will be refresh OAuth token. So I need to arrange it so it looks like it's about to expire. So, and I want to configure that the time at which it will, like before which, the margin, like if it's going to expire in 10 seconds, and the margin is set to 2, then it should wait 8 more seconds and then refresh, right? So let's have a couple different tests. Do not refresh OAuth token early. Also, do not refresh OAuth token if no refresh token, because there's that possibility. I might have gotten one with implicit code flow, right? And then refresh OAuth token on time. And I think we should have a case for if the refresh fails, it should clear the refresh. It should just clear the token out completely, right? Let's say refresh OAuth token fail. Any other test scenarios I can think of? I can't think of any. So I need to have that interval. Let me, let me go to config and add it here. So this will be in the Twitch section, right? So let's add a configuration option here. What defines too early? Like, let's say it's going to expire in 2 hours. You don't want it to refresh it in 10 seconds. So, like, let's say if the expiration is in 2 hours, you kind of want it to refresh an hour and 55 minutes, right? Like, you don't want it to be refreshing more often than it needs to, but you don't want to have it wait too long to refresh because it would have expired. So I'm thinking of like having just a defined like number of seconds where the token is still good and it's going to expire in that number of seconds. So it'll wait until we get to that number of seconds left and then refresh. And hey there, Carson Pet. The naive approach would be to just refresh at half the expiration time, I guess. You typically use the cache, which the expiration of the expiration minus 2 seconds. Yeah, so you have something like 2 seconds, right? So that's what I was thinking too. So refresh token refresh token. What's the name for this? It's refresh token margin. So this will be a number of seconds. Let's just make it a comfortable 10 seconds. And let me put that proactively into my test framework. So I'm going to my test environment. So I'm going to download the configuration and then open it in Notepad++. I really don't need to hide this anymore. There are no credentials in here, right? Yeah, there are no credentials in here. I could show this. Why am I not showing this? Yeah, I can show this. Let's just show it. Let's do it. So I don't need Notepad++ anymore. This is not a secret. This is a publicly known client ID. So is that. Okay, so refresh token margin 10. That's all I need, right? And then I'm going to write it back into the game. Upload. And then we're done with that window. Let me download it again to make sure. Download again and we'll open it up again and make sure it got in there. Yep, so it's in there. Refresh token margin. We'll look the other way. Oh, thank you. Okay, so this would be part of the test. So the test common framework, we need to at least establish it. So where did I put that? Here. Right? And just in case this number gets changed, we're going to explicitly change it here too. Much like the Golem tests probably do, right? Settings, yeah, like this stuff, right? We're going to explicitly set it even though we don't really need to. Twitch refresh margin is 10. All right, so that's part of the arrangement. And then we mobilize the server as a leader. And then we need to actually before I do that, I need to actually after mobilization we need to let it run one worker loop interval. But before we do that, I need to have it need to set the credential. So we need to have the refresh token in there with the expiration. So I don't have a test hook to actually set the refresh interval, do I? I'll make one. There's a get, right? Get OAuth token. So let's make a set. 10,000. So I need to add that to coordinator HTTP. Put it here. Double expiration time. Set the time in which the server's Twitch OAuth token will expire, and then that's parameter that this is the time at which the server's Twitch OAuth token will expire. This is a test hook again. It's just setting up setting up the scenario. In the real operation of the server, we'll never hit these two. It'll be all through the talking to Twitch. So this is just setting and overriding what's there. Expiration time. All right, and then so we set it up in advance, and then I have to actually set the timekeeper. So mock timekeeper. Current time is 0, right? Act. So the act would be that we advance the time to not quite when it should refresh. So 9989.9, right? If we wanted to refresh it exactly 9990.0, that's as close as we can get without refreshing, right? So we do that. In the assert would we don't get a message to Twitch. So that was up here, right? This. We should not have any message sent to Twitch. In milliseconds, I like to do time as a double precision float, actually, and the units be seconds. That's just my preference. I know JavaScript likes milliseconds. I like seconds. I think of second as the standard, and millisecond is just an abbreviation for 1,000th of a second. I don't know. That's just my personal preference. So we also don't want to refresh it if... Oh, I didn't have to actually set up a token, don't I? So I have to do coordinator set credential Twitch OAuth to be Karsten, and the refresh to be pet, of course. Hey there, Grumpy Game Dev. How are you doing today? I should also say hi to Pollux. How am I doing? I'm doing pretty well. How are you? And then also hello to MoveAX was there too. Seconds are an SI unit. All right, standard international unit. Grumpy Game Dev, hope you're still grumpy. My preference does not coincide with your preference, which makes me wrong. That's what a grumpy game dev would say. I have to admit, you got me there. Hey there, Red Sky 1, how are you? All right, we're making sure that my server doesn't refresh its OAuth token too early. So we set up the OAuth token, we set when it's going to expire, and we're going to advance the clock right before that and make sure it doesn't try to refresh it. And then also, if there's no refresh token, so that's not present, even when we advance the time, so we'll advance it way late. It's like, whoa. Actually, no. We should do it within, but not when it's expired. 9999. Then it also should not refresh it because there's no refresh token. So when it refreshes it on time would be like 9995, like within the 10-second margin it should do it, right? In fact, let's do it right at the margin, just inside, so avoid floating point rounding problems. And I need to actually set the refresh token. There. 9. I'm going to make that a constant by itself. Refresh token equals that there. Because we're going to expect that in the message. So we're going to expect a Twitch message, right? So that's all of this junk. And we're going to have to simulate what Twitch responds with. So we're going to expect a post, and here's where it gets a little bit different, right? Because that's the post for obtaining it from a code. The post for obtaining it with a refresh token is this. So I'm going to replace what was there with that. Straight from the docs. And then put a quote and a comma. Don't you have access to the expiration time from the coordinator? So you can just coordinator expiration time? Well, no, we had to go to Twitch and then refresh it. Oh, was that not a joke? Hold on. Maybe I misunderstood it. The golem is part of the coordinator, so we're testing the we are testing the coordinator. Oh, but this is a unit test, so we have to set up the arrangement. And the so I'm using a test hook here to actually set it. But yeah, in a sense, it does do that. Why do you have the plus equals 100 or minus equals 100 though? Oh, you mean instead of calculating 999, I could just use that number and then, yeah, I guess I could do that. If this is what you meant, then I can just say coordinator dot get OAuth expiration time plus 0.1, right? Right, yeah, okay, yeah, good point. We'll do that. So up here, this was on time. And this one was not on time, so minus 0.1. Yes, I like that. All right. Cool. And here, though, I wanted to include this margin, so let's actually get that separate. So const auto refresh token margin equals 10.0, and then let's just, we'll say double, even though it's a little bit redundant. And that should be actually in both places. Hold on. That should go in both places because we want to have this. Oh, I'm in the wrong place. No, I'm in the right place. Now I'm getting all confused. That should be there, and then this, it should be plus, should be minus the margin plus 0.01. And let's not put that all in one line. So that goes there. And then the too early one is going to be that minus that. So I need that there. Good. So now it's easier to read too. It's the when it expires minus the margin minus 0.1, it shouldn't expire. There it's there, I mean it shouldn't refresh. There it should refresh if it had a token, but it doesn't. Here it has a token. And it should expire, so it should do it, right? Okay, there we go. So my refresh token goes here. My client ID goes there, and my secret goes here too, which we need to set up. I suppose I should do it up here. Yes. Some of this. Client ID is separate. Okay, so grabbing this stuff down to here. Where to put this junk? I guess I'll put it up here. So the client ID is whatever it is. I don't care what it is. Does the redirect URL required? No. Don't have a code. Need a secret though. Have the refresh token. Okay, so we have a client secret, an OAuth token, a refresh token. Got it. And then this secret shows up down here. Right. So it's refresh token C string, then the client ID, then the secret, and that's it, right? Okay. And then that's what we expect to get for the URI. Oh, and I was planning to, I was actually planning for the refresh token to have a URL encoded character. So let me put that in there. So now it's pet. Let's put P space ET. And then I need to say what it is URL encoded. URL encoded is %20. Right? And then that's what I expect there. Because the parse should remove... Hold on. No, it won't remove it. It'll just put it in place. Right, but it should... Because it's here without being encoded, it should be encoded when it comes back out. Yeah, okay, good. So it should not have client ID or authorization. We're going to pretend code 200 is passed back, and what does Twitch respond with? Access token, refresh token, scope. Pedersen, so space would be... Well, I just did P space ET. Because Karsten is the OAuth token. The refresh token is just P space ET. I put a space in your pet. Access token, refresh token are the same. Okay, but the access token will be different, right? So, what did I use for the access token before? No, I had one here, didn't I? I did. It was Karsten. Yeah, const under string. Well, this is the old secret, the old OAuth token. So I need to define a new OAuth token. Is I don't know, grumpy. Old. I'm assuming that you get a different token, but I'm not sure. The new OAuth token will show up here. Oh, and we should have a new refresh token too, right? New refresh token. I can put whatever I want here. It doesn't really matter. Game dev. Old refresh token. Old refresh token. New refresh token. Is there an expires in? There's no expires in. Hold on. You don't get an expires in with that? So what, I have to validate the token to get the expires in? Am I? Maybe. Yeah, I'm surprised they don't tell you a new expires in. I mean, that means I need to do a token validation, right? Yeah, but they say here you get access token, refresh token, and scope. Maybe in reality you do get an expiration? If I don't get an expiration guaranteed, then that means I need to do the validation to get it, right? Because the validation will oh, that's interesting. They don't even include it in that. Huh. Yeah, you get it in authorize. That shows up. They talk about it right here. Expires in. It's weird that they talk about you getting it when you first authorize, but not when you oh, it's in guide. That's why I couldn't see it. They don't talk about you getting it in the refresh. All right, they talk about you getting it, but they don't talk about you getting a new one. What if we just assume that they do include it, and we'll see if they don't. So I'll just repeat the same code I had up here. Expiration, where is it? This one, 7152009. New expiration. I'll make that a it's an int technically, right? When they print it. What happened there? Why? Oh, I misspelled old. Ah. There. New expiration. Scope is hack ts just, of course. Is that what they actually give me back? Yeah, scope. That's weird that they don't have it in a list, though. How do you get a D&D player to go out with you? You ask them for a D8. A date. Got it. Another half point, which adds up to a whole point. This isn't... I don't like this inconsistency. That's a string, but in the original, when we got it, it was not a string. It was an array of scopes. It makes me want to print out what it really is on in the server log to see it. Yeah. It typically expires in, yeah. Yeah, you would... So why doesn't their documentation talk about that? Why do they not list it here? You know, why do they put the status in the JSON? That doesn't make any sense at all. Wouldn't they just make that the HTTP response code? Yeah, but it's not in an array. It's just a string. It's just inconsistent. I'm just going to assume that it's an array and that this documentation is faulty. And I'm guessing they don't bother to put that in there. Yeah, that would make sense. They wouldn't need that. All right, we'll see what Twitch actually does. We'll just say that this is how we're going to simulate it. So then there's more to the assert, right? Because after we do that, the stuff should show up here. And we don't need an acknowledgement. Right, so the transaction completes. Do I need to wait an interval? Don't think so. That should trigger it. So this will be new OAuth token, new refresh token, and the new expiration time added to whatever the timekeeper says. Yeah. Okay, and then I guess while I'm at it, I'll deal with the failure. So it's much the same, only if it fails, which is like a 400 or something. So it indicates that it's a WCF service. It's a quirk of WCF services that if a serialized object is usually an array, but the current operation is a single object, it doesn't return it as a single object. Yeah, I don't like that either, because you can have an array with a single element in it. Why not? Okay, they talk about we should have an error in there. So let's do that. Error. You only receive expires in if the token is actually set to expire. All of our tokens don't expire at this time, which is why you're missing it. But they talk about... Well, we're refreshing it in the first place because the initial one we get expires. they must have an expires in when you refresh a token. Otherwise, you would just refresh the first one you got and then you get an unexpiring token. That doesn't make much sense. Error. Twitch is weird. Status 400. Or is it? Message. I guess this should be bad request. Message. Twitch is weird. There we go. So what I should get is empty string, right? For the token. It should just clear the token out because it couldn't refresh it. And we don't care what the expiration time is at this point. Because... oh, you know what? We should have the token be an empty string, now that I think about it. In the test where there was no refresh token. No token, yes. So I should actually set it, but I should set it to an empty string. Like that. Okay, and then I don't need so many of these variables, right? I don't need the new. And what else don't I need? It's fine, just build it. Boo, Twitch. We'll see what Twitch actually does. I'm gonna guess that any new tokens they make now always expire, and so that's why we see an expires in. It's always a good practice to add an expiration if you don't get one. You never know. Should we have it like set to some kind of default then? What would we set? What would we set if they don't give us an expiration? I would assume if we don't get an expiration, we could just do the validation endpoint to get it. Okay, what if we just make a default then? I'm hitting the wrong buttons here. Configuration. Default OAuth token expiration 3600, right? 3500? Good enough. Good enough for me. A little bit less than an hour. Give you a point. All right. So let's add that to the game too. Download. Put it in here. Right here. And then write it back. 41 goes in there. Download it. 42 should have it in there now. And there it is. Okay, so we're calling it default OAuth token expiration. Common should have it too. 3500. And then the test should specifically set it. So we'll have another variant of the unit test where the expires is missing. Yeah, I like this. This is a good contingency, just in case, right? So refresh OAuth token on time, no default expiration. So yeah, one of these, I need an extra one. I need to set the default expiration to be 3500. Sure. Been working on OAuth all day. Service provider decided to change everything without telling anyone. Salary payment gateway 1 day before deadline. Whoa, whoa. Bad news. Bad news bear. Okay, so no expiration is given. So there is no new expiration. So this is not present. I should get current time plus this default, which I had not assigned here. So const double default OAuth token expiration. I don't know why I'm typing it all out, but I am. Let's make it, yeah, same number. Whatever. Actually, let's make it a specific number that's different. It doesn't matter. It should be plus that default, right? I'm wondering if this will sometimes fail with rounding error. it was expect near to fix that, right? Yeah. And then I use numeric limits, epsilon times 2. Yeah, let's do that. Expect near. And it's decal type, well, it's just double. There. Epsilon times 2. Okay, I need to have limits for that, right? Include limits. Yeah, let me do that and all these tests that deal with the double precision float. When we have to do math, when we have to add or subtract, right? When we're expecting, so that's this expect near. Messing up on the keyboard a lot right now. Did that one. Was that the only ones we had to do? Yeah, the default and the non-default. Okay, I think we're in good shape now. Done with our test. Gonna do our code now. This one should pass right away because we just simply don't have the code in there, right? And then this one should fail because it doesn't actually refresh. Yeah, okay, so then I need to add this code. So I decided it would go in Golem, right? As part of the Golem's work, when it's part of its background housekeeping, where is that done? Work. There we go. Work when enabled, yes. What's Twitch active again? When we configure TMI. Okay, I don't care about that. So I can put it in work when with enabled, right? I can put it right here if I want. So, yeah, let's just grab the current time. If some conditions are met, then we're going to do the thing, right? So, I should make this another function, though. Let's make the actual work here its own function. Refresh OAuth token. If now minus OAuth token expiration time, that will be actually it's the other way around. OAuth expiration time minus now is less than or equal to the configuration. Don't you do get configuration? No, I do it this way. Why did I put it in Twitch delegate config? Oh, I just did. Okay. Twitch delegate config. As a double, right? Twitch delegate config. What'd I name it? Default, no, margin, a refresh token margin. And we have to actually have a OAuth token, so we're gonna get it, a refresh token. Equals impl get credential Twitch refresh. So if not refresh token empty, and let's put these on different lines, I guess. Let me spell that correctly. There we go. Bye, Javaco. Good luck on me using psychic powers to guess when the tokens will expire. Yeah. My guess is that Twitch will just tell us. All right, so this, let me go where that's declared and then just add it here. Yeah. Work with Twitch to refresh our OAuth token. So that goes above work. There. And since it looks so much like getting the OAuth token in the first place, I should just copy that. Where did I do that? That was, it's here somewhere, right? Token. Here it is, obtain OAuth token. Right, so I want this much of it, right? In my callback, do I get the right, I do get the right mutex, don't I? Yeah, good, all right. So back here, I just want that. So it looks the same, only this is refreshing our OAuth token. So get our client ID or get our secret. There's no code. Instead, I want to get our refresh token. Is refresh. And we don't need our client redirect thing, right? And there's no WebSocket. We're posting. Spelling is overrated. I know. I know spelling is so overrated. I just copy this again, right? Only this time put it after the token equals. Be smart about it. Oh, look at that super secret refresh token that's in there. You think that'll work? I don't think it's going to work. That's a %S. Oh, and I didn't want to do it this way, did I? I wanted to form the URL with the query correctly. This one does it, though. This one does parse from string. So we should do the URL encoding ourselves then. Did I make that public in URL, where was it? URI.cpp. It would be cool if I made that public. I probably didn't. I can use a trick to do this though. I can just make one and then use it to get it, right? Yeah, that's what I'll do. So I'm going to use URL directly from here. I haven't done this before, so let me look at the dependencies for this. Do we depend on URI? I do not. Now we do. So CMake, would you please run? Okay, and then now that we have URI as a direct dependency, I can include URI / URI HTTP. And then on refresh, here we go. I can assemble it correctly here. URI dot set host. Actually, I don't need to set the host, do I? I only need that part of it. So it's just set path. And then I can just do a token. URI.set query. And then here I can do this printf for the query part. So I can get rid of the token and the question mark. And then this thing will do the URL encoding for me. So client ID, client secret. Refresh token goes first. Refresh token, client ID, client secret. That's it, right? Then this becomes a URI dot generate string. And I don't need that WebSocket. No comma there. All right, so it's access token, refresh token comes back, right? Access token, refresh token, and then there might be an expires in, but we need to make sure that if there isn't one. So if response JSON.has expires in, then we'll interpret it. So actually that means I should just say double expires in equals, it was, I can't remember. It was this thing. It's not a string, it's a double. And it's Twitch and then default OAuth token expiration. There we go. If it has one, we will overwrite it with whatever Twitch told us. And this simple is a dot, golem dot. Why did that not work? Has no member config. What? Oh, it's in config, not golem. There we go. Hold on. There was a more clever way for me for the golem to get it, right? Yeah, it was this way. Okay, so how did I did that in work when enabled, right? Yeah, exactly. This thing. So I ought to just take advantage of that here and put that there. This part I don't need. So it's just Twitch delegate config. All right, and then here then it would be impl.golem.that. There we go. Okay, and then whatever the expiration is, we take our current time and add it. We'll say we got OAuth token which expires in whatever, and I don't need to send anything to an admin, but we do need to distribute it to the other servers. Right? Otherwise, attempting to refresh OAuth token, return that. I kind of want to see what actually Twitch is giving me. Problem is, I need to censor it. Or I can actually just put an extra thing in here. Yeah, let's print out right here, else. We'll have a warning. No expiration given for refreshed token. And that's a string. Using default. All right. Let's see if that works. I think this will work. There goes nothing. That's what unit tests are for. Okay, so this one, do not refresh. This one, refresh. Failed. Where did it fail? It never sent it. How about this one? Still not sending it. Well, that's a bummer. Let's debug it. It should have at least gone into here. So if it didn't, let's find out why. Let's go to here first. So debug. Right, and then I'll go to here. I never got there. I thought I enabled the golem. Why didn't it get there? Oh, I never did that. Okay, okay. I forgot that step. That was a very important step too. In these tests, we need to mark that it's caught up to the cluster. So right here, we need to do notify. Oh, wait a minute. Server already does that? It does not. Notify server caught up. Yes. Okay, so yeah, we just didn't do that. I need to do that in all these tests too. technically don't need it there. Here I need it. And here I need it. About 5 hours. Starting to feel the burn. Why do paladins prefer chainmail? Because it's holy armor. I don't know about that one, Mr. Balrog. Good try, though. Good try. Okay, run. Okay, why is it not working? Why did it... Oh, hit that... Yeah, it does hit that first. This should be empty. It shouldn't be empty. Is that the problem? I did set it. Okay, anyway, it should hit here again, right? Yeah. Now, and refresh token, it's empty. Why is it empty? Twitch refresh. Twitch refresh. What's the difference here? I don't know. Undecided right move, best right move. Must mean it was a good joke. Could be. I suppose I can restart this. And then actually see what's in the credentials, so step into that, I guess. What's credentials have? It's got a Twitch in it. OAuth. Just an OAuth, but no refresh? Wait. That's odd. So is that not working? Wait, what? Why is it CD? Why is it invalid? Wait, there's something wacky going on here. Okay, I think I know what's going on. I think we have to set these after I do that. I think that's what it is. Because this won't even be initialized yet. So let's do that there instead. Is it refresh token? No, it was just refresh. It was, I think it's this credential object is not set up until we mobilize. So I was setting it too early. So all the tests I should verify that we don't do that until we mobilize. Still failing there. Debug. It's got the refresh token in there now. And it didn't think the expiration time was now. What's refresh token margin set to? Pointer. Null. Why is it set to null? Did I not set it? Okay. I'm really confused. It should be in there. What the heck? Okay. Oh, come on. Let me click on that. Okay, there we go. Object. Oh yeah, it's not there. Why is it not set here? I set it myself. Why would it not be set? Wait a minute, this has got other things in it. Oh, it's going the wrong place. Yeah, there are two different. The Twitch, yeah. This Twitch delegate config is the Golem's configuration. It's under Golem Twitch, not Twitch. Okay. Why did I decide to do that? Oh, because this is for all of the Twitch integrations. Because we use this one. Actually, we use both of these for login with Twitch, which is independent of the chatbot. So technically, I should probably move all this to Golem. But okay, I'm not moving it yet. Let me make a to-do thing to maybe to consider moving it. Consider moving bot-related configuration from a Twitch to Golem Twitch. Yeah, so there's a Golem Twitch, and it has this information in it, right? So technically, these ought to go in there too. But they're not yet, so I'm not going to... I want to get my work done today, and so I'm not going to use Twitch delegate config. I'm just going to use this one. So refresh... So yeah, this one right here, for example, is that one. Twitch. Did you upload the new config with the margin encoder? Yeah, I think I did. I just was reading out of the wrong part of the configuration. Silly me. So that's that. Actually, that was already wrong. I just noticed. Okay, so this is impl.config. Just to make sure, let me search for that and make sure it's in the right spot. Yes. Okay, and then the other one was this one. Okay, that's wrong. That should go... That should... Oh. Go here, grab this, and then go back. And paste. There we go. Built. See ya, Nui. And see ya, Nui bot. All right. Still not right. Well, am I in the right test? That's the default one. Okay, no, I'm in the wrong test. This one. Okay, that passes. So that tells me I just need to do this. These setups have to happen. These credential sets have to happen after mobilization, before notify caught up. Same thing there. All right. Good. So the refresh works. If a expires is given, all checks out, right? And then how about if no expires given? Also checks out. And then the last one was in the fail. Does it do the right thing and fail? No. Let's see what it got me. Oh, it didn't clear out the token. Did I forget to do that? Refresh OAuth token. Oh yeah, I forgot to do that. So we just need to set these to empty strings and we're done. So that empty string done. Oh, we should also forward it. I didn't check that. Yeah, we're supposed to forward the information to the other servers too. I forgot to check that. All right. Yeah, we need a peer connection and all that. This kind of thing, right? It's added from the bottom up. So, peer connection, right? Which means this has to have a specific number. And then, peer get, yeah, this needs to be set down here. In all three of these tests, actually. Did I put it in the wrong test? Oh no, I said I would start from the bottom up. So here it was. So the bottom, we should get a set with empty strings here. And there's no expiration time. Or it doesn't matter what the expiration time is. Okay. Got one down. Actually, let me put that just into the clipboard and then get rid of that line there. Because I want that in the other test too. Alright, so here the token is new OAuth token and new refresh token, right? And this is new expiration. What was it? This, oh, they should just do this expect near. Expect near that for this one here. Perfect. Now, what's wrong here? I don't know. Probably because peer isn't declared. Let's paste it up here. 1337. That peer ought to be connected. Yeah, up here. Okay, and then one more test. Right here. Okay, and then the expectation is much the same. It's that this is not that value, it's this value. Okay. Bad. And I didn't do that forwarding of the expiration time, so this is probably going to fail, right? Yep. It's going to fail down here. Yep. Okay. Actually, we do have that. Why didn't that work? Probably because I need to wait, right? Let me think about this. We did wait. Is it not getting sent anything? Let me see. Debug. Well, we can step into that. Okay, we didn't get any messages on the peer. Is 1337 important? Maybe. Yeah, could be. Probably. Because I think the default might be 85, and so it would just ignore it. That's probably it. Thank you, Carson Pet. No. There's still something wrong. I was going kind of fast. Let me see if I missed something in one of these previous tests where it actually passes. Oh, I forgot to do that. Wait for messages. Yeah. So that should go here. Actually, no. We want that after we respond. So, right here. Let's put it right there. Right before we actually check to see if we got anything, we'll just do a wait. Right there. And these tests are elaborate, aren't they? Pass. I got that actual command not found problem again. That has something to do with VS Code. Reload window usually fixes it. Actually, I think it also has to do with this being collapsed. Let me verify that. Okay, whatever the reason, it's passing now. And this one's failing. Oh, because we don't forward the clear. Okay, I need that this code copied down to here. No expiration, but we do need to clear out the token here. There and there, go to the end of the string, put an empty string. And repeat. Cool. Hey, let's run them all, right? Everything in the credentials tests. Hey, it all passes. Let's just build it now and try it out. Oh, to test it here, I don't want to wait 3 hours. So what I was going to do was hack the expiration time to be like, whatever. I had the margin set to 10 seconds, right? What if I say it's going to expire in 20? So where would that be? A hack? That hack would be in the golem. When we get the credential, let's just do it for the first refresh, I guess. So that would be on get OAuth token, right? On obtain OAuth token, right? The expiration we get back in. Let's hack that out and then say const auto expires in is 20. And that's what I'll build with. So I'll get a token and then 10 seconds later it should try to refresh it. How long is this going to take this to build? I guess I'm getting kind of tired. I'll do the token validation later. Right now I'll just do the refresh. So that means I'm going to get ready to do a check-in. So I'll work on that check-in while I'm building. Yeah, added URI. Getting and setting its expiration time. Yes. Posting. This is the refresh, right? Yep. And then actually doing it when it's time. Oh, I didn't check in this work either. I don't have the obtain either. Huh, okay. We're checking that in too. At the same time. What was that last file? That's where we store the expiration time. There's the refresh, and there's the obtain, and the set. Alright. There's where I censor out more stuff. Okay, so implement server-side OAuth Authorization Code flow. Implement OAuth token refresh. And hide more potential secrets in Twitch API calls. Time to jump to bed? Oh, see you, Carson Pet. I think I'm almost done. Well, you can just go to bed knowing that I probably got it to work. And that we got tokens refreshed now. Sensor, yes. Sensor secret, yes. Okay, we added those to the configuration, right? Right, that's all the test framework stuff we did. The 2 ideas from chat again. And well, the 1 idea from chat and the 1 thing that I noticed. Okay. I fixed that note, yes. OAuth. Yeah, it's a front end part of this. So I should also say implement client and I'll just say implement OAuth Authorization Code flow. There we go. So we'll just call this OAuth. Twitch OAuth improvements. Yeah, let's just get ready to. I'll stage it, but not. I can commit it and then amend the commit. I just won't push it yet till I verify this. All right, so it's in fact I don't want to commit it because it'll refresh the token every 10 seconds, which would be bad. Well, no, it only does it the first time, actually. Anyway. Stop it. Start it. Okay, now we're going to get a token. Get a code. Okay, we got the code. Now we got to wait about 10 seconds for it to... it should refresh it. Let me hide this for a second. Because I'm not sure, I haven't verified if if all the secrets are hidden. I'm still waiting for it. I don't think it actually worked. It didn't actually refresh it. Well, that's a bummer. Oh wait, it's because it's not marked to be live. Oh yeah. Okay, well I guess we can show it then. I need to make one more little change then. Let me revoke the token first. Okay, I'll show the screen again. I had decided to do this only when the bot is active, but it's possible for me to set up the token before I make the bot active. In fact, it's required that I do that. So really, I shouldn't be putting it in... where is this? Where do I do this? In this setup right here. And I shouldn't have to enable the golem. In fact, I'm going to take that out. So now it will fail the test because right now the code only works when the golem is enabled. I wanted to actually do it even when the golem's not enabled. Still on the leader server only, but the golem should not need to be enabled. So this will fail all my tests. Well, 4 of them. And then I'm going to move the code a little bit. So right now it's in work when enabled, right? So I'm going to move it out of work when enabled. I'm going to move this to just work. Disconnecting. No, we want it. Why do I have an early return on disconnecting? What's that disconnecting doing? Why do I have an early return like that? That's weird. Anyway, it should just be anywhere here, right? It should be if we're the leader. Right, so, how about if I just turn this? If is leader, then if golem enabled will work when enabled. But will also... Oh, I messed up. I had it in my clipboard and I lost it. Can I get it back if I do Control Z enough? There it is. And then Control X and then Control Y. I can't do Control Y, I guess. I have to redo that again? How about if I just paste it here first? All right, now I'll say if is leader, do this much, and then also if the bot is enabled, work when all the work with enabled. All right, that should make it work. No, it still fails on one of them. Obtain OAuth token doesn't work. Why not? Oh, this was looking... Okay, this is one of those examples where it should be near. With the epsilon, right? Yeah. Wait, what did I just do? Oh, it's in 2 places. Yeah, okay, so 2 places need this near. There we go. Because a floating point error. No, it's not right at all. But anyway, that is a good thing to put there. What's the difference now? Wait a minute, what? They're way off from each other. Why is that? How did I break that? Wait a minute. Current time plus expiration. We put the expiration here. Oh, because of the hack. Yeah. The 20-second hack. So that's okay. That can fail right now. But the near thing is important. All right. So stop, update, and start. My token refreshes in there. Actually, is it going to refresh right away? Oh, it did. Why did it refresh like 5 times? Oh, is asynchronous. It's asynchronous. That's a problem. While it was refreshing, it sent 4 more, it queued 4 more requests to refresh it. Yeah, okay, I shouldn't do that. It also refreshed it right on startup because of the time being, yeah, the time being 0, I think. Oh, yeah, we're not storing the refresh time. What if the server stops and then we started? It won't know what the refresh time should be. It just refresh right away. Actually, I guess that's okay. No, it's not. It's not okay. We should store the refresh time. I'll do that later. It'll be a follow-up item. Let me at least fix the thing where it refreshes 5 times. The good news is that refresh worked. So the refresh worked. We saw it happen right here. It just decided to do it 5 times, and Twitch was kind enough to let me do it. And we got 200 replies every single time. And so I can actually try it without hacking the expiration time. Actually, if we got that, that means they gave us an expiration time. So I'm curious to see what the expiration time actually is. But let me put in a note here. Need to store OAuth token refresh timing credentials, or somewhere safe. Credentials is fine, so that if the server stops and starts again, it doesn't immediately refresh the token. Didn't say with the log what the expiration time was. Actually, did it? Oh yeah, you're right. It did. We just, after I printed it, overrode it with 20 seconds. Yeah, so it's picking a random time. I think it's so that everyone refreshes in a random intervals. So it's a random interval around 3 hours or 4 hours or whatever. Interesting. Okay, but we don't want it to do it 5 times. To prevent that, I think what I want to do is when it's refreshing, it should wipe out the refresh token. So that should be part of the test I do. Credentials here. That the moment it starts to refresh, it should discard the token. Set token, do not refresh. Refresh. Here we go. So before, the way I'll do it is before the transaction we actually completed, it should already have cleared out the token. So how do I do that? We actually want to make, it's hard to test it, but we actually want to make sure it's done immediately before the API is actually posted. I think it's good enough to test it here. So we'll say expect true that coordinator get credential Twitch refresh is empty, so that it doesn't trigger another refresh API post since it's asynchronous. Yeah, okay. So then the implementation would be in refresh OAuth token. After I get it, I need to set it back. So impl set credential Twitch refresh empty string. There we go. So it won't be tempted to refresh it again. Cool. So now when I run it, it should only do it once and not 5 times. And I could probably remove the hack now, right? Because it will do it once. Yeah, I can remove the hack. Let's remove the hack. What window am I in? This one. Somewhere I have a 20. 20 followed by a semicolon. Maybe not. Oh, it wasn't in the test. It was here. 20? Don't I have a 20 somewhere? Expiration. There's a different expires in, right? This one. Oh, right. The one it was printing was the refresh expiration. It wouldn't have printed the right thing for getting a new token in the first place. Which yeah, okay, yeah. That's why we didn't see 20. Because it was refreshing a token I got before. Which is weird. I must not have revoked it then. Interesting. I wonder if the refresh works even for a revoked token. Okay, so show all of these and run them all. It should all pass now. Release build. We're almost at the end of the stream, my friends. Okay, so stop the server, update and serve, and it should refresh it right away at the start. No, it's crashing. Oh, there it goes. Why did it crash before? Yeah, so it got it's gonna last 14,000 seconds. Why did it crash before? Hey, what's going on? What's going on with this? Connection broken. Crashed. Why did it crash? It became leader though? Yeah, it became leader and then crashed. Why would it have crashed? Anyway, it started back up and 11 did it. 11 became the leader and it refreshed the token. And let me go ahead and revoke it. I don't need it. Revoke it. And revoke... Oh, revoke doesn't clear the refresh token. Okay, I need to do that too. To do. But I can do it later. It's not critical. Revoking an OAuth token should clear it and the refresh token out of the credentials. Okay. Bothers me that the server crashed here. All that I did here was We don't even go through obtain refresh, right? It gets stuff out of the credentials. Yeah, it's posting an API call. The only thing I really did is I moved where this is called, right? I moved it there. Do I need to work? No, this already has the mutex, so it should be safe. Did this actually get the mutex in here? It did. And post switch API call gets the other mutex, right? Down here somewhere. Send web request, I think, does it. Yeah, right here. So that should be safe. I don't know. I don't know why it crashed. Anyway, I can actually manually remove the Twitch token right now, right? I can just go to here and say Twitch, and then refresh, and then just say set. And did I stop the servers or something? No, they're still running. I didn't see the acknowledge though. Oh, it didn't make it all to all the servers. It didn't make it to server 11 for some reason. Wait a minute. It's a follow. Oh, we're not connected to it. Why are we not connected to it? Now we are. So let's try it again. Twitch. Refresh. Set. Acknowledge. Okay. Let's just clear the OAuth also. Acknowledged. Yep. Okay. Cleared out the old token. So I have some follow-up loose ends to deal with. I need to move the, I don't want to consider, I would actually want to move bot-related configuration to the Golem Twitch section. The, we need to store the refresh time of the credentials so that we don't refresh it immediately on startup, and then revoking it should clear it out of the credentials. So that's not such interesting work, and I need to eat anyway. I'm going to just end the stream here and say it's a success. We can get OAuth tokens after these loose ends are cleared up. I actually don't know if I'll actually end up doing this tomorrow or not. Probably working on this tomorrow, so Twitch pubs over webhooks. I thought I would be doing this 2 days ago, but it's taken 2 days just to get the OAuth Authorization Code flow working. So anyway, I think I'll be working on this tomorrow. My schedule is 9:15 my time, 4:15 p.m. UTC. So I'll be back tomorrow. Hope you guys enjoyed me struggling with OAuth today. And let's go find someone to raid. I wonder if Adam's still going. Live. Oh, Adam's still going. So Adam's working on his Godot action shooter. I should drop in and say hi. So let me mute my microphone first. Don't know how much longer he'll be going, but if you don't know Adam13531, then this will be a great introduction. Should I be changing that command? He's not so much showing the process of learning all the time. I guess he is. So right now he's learning how to make a game in Godot, which is a game engine, and it's an action shooter RPG. And I think eventually he's going to turn it into a course you can pay for to learn it yourself. So right now he's actually learning it himself. So let's go say hi. Hitting the button for starting the raid. I hope you guys have an awesome rest of your day or rest of your night, and hope to see you tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all the follows and all the help. I really appreciate all that. It really speeds the process up when you tell me what I did wrong before I even detected I did it. So thank you once again, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Bye.